Thank you. Thank you so much. Ooh, okay. All right, so I'm up and running. How about the rest of you? You're good?
No,
You're Diane. Well, you're not using your tablet, right? You're gonna be just viewing on the computer what's showing on our screen, right?
I'm going to do what I've been doing for the last, for 3 years. It's
Yeah.
using my iPad and it's just the same. I
Yeah.
have the other one up, but I I wasn't able to print the agenda. This gave me the agenda, but my printer didn't print the agenda. So I don't know whether it's because of the new iPad. Anyway, my grandson's going to be here soon, and he's an expert. So if I've done something wrong, he'll fix it. But otherwise, I'm here as usual.
Okay,
Okay.
well, so we have to be careful because if you're not able to view the stuff, you have to let us know that you're able to view the things to be able to sit on it, okay?
Yep, I know that.
Okay. Now, I guess that's all good. Hi, Stephen.
Hey.
Feeling okay?
Hello, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Couple hours. You got me for a couple
Okay,
hours.
all right. Well, all right, so we got all the regular members.
I'm all positive.
right at the moment.
Or no, I'm all
You're all
negative.
negative.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
for a few days
Negative
now.
is positive.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm negative.
Okay,
I'll make a
folks.
motion to approve the agenda.
Well, actually, I want to do a little few
Okay,
preliminaries,
okay.
okay? For those of you live in the audience, two requests. One is to mute your phones. Second is to let us know if you want to record any portion of tonight's event on your own stuff. We do have one member on Zoom, so we are going to do all the votes by roll call, unless Diane is not participating, and then we can just do it by voice vote. Okay, so may I have oh, I should also say, hi, everybody, Happy New Year. Welcome to the first meeting of the HDC for the year of 2023. It's Tuesday, January 3rd, and it's 8 minutes after 4. Okay, can somebody give me a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
All right, that was a double, so we'll go with Abby. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so we got an approved agenda. So let's see. Any public comment at this time, either live or on Zoom? If you're on Zoom, unmute.
Happy New Year.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's commissioner comment. Strike that from the record. Okay, now for commissioners' comments.
Next page.
Commissioners' comments?
Happy New Year.
There you go.
Happy New
That's
Year
a
again.
proper protocol. I appreciate it. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, third item on the agenda is a discussion of Diane's letter about reinstating the advisory boards to the select board. So Diane, you have the microphone at this time.
Okay, well, only for a short thing, and then I'll do the other thing, is I just want to know that we went down, presented the letter to the Board of Selectmen that was signed by all of us as who have the advisory boards are reestablished, and Esmeralda and Holly had one, and they didn't come up with any answer. They didn't give it to us then. I understand we can redo it, and I just wanted you to know that it has not fallen from the works at this moment of getting the boards reestablished. So that would be it. The other thing I would like to do, which sort of goes along with it, but it's not the night to do it, because first of all, I want to be there and I can't be tonight, is I would like for next week's uh, discussions. I would like to have a discussion about um, staff and commission responsibilities, and also to let you know what my citizens warrant is about, so that there isn't any question. So I would like very much to have that onto the agenda next
Okay,
Tuesday.
so let me make sure I understand correctly. One item that you want to have for discussion next week
Yep.
is the idea of discussing staffing or the interaction of staffing and the board. Did I get
Yes.
that correctly?
Very good.
Okay, all right. Can we put that on? And the second one was discussion of your citizens warrant article.
Right.
Yeah, I guess we can allow that. Yeah, we can allow discussion of that. I mean, it
It's
is a
just so-
citizen, it's a citizens warrant article, but I don't mind having a discussion about it among the board, because I'm sure that you're trying to get a sense of the pulse of the board. So yeah, I don't mind discussing that briefly. So we can put
Thank
both
you.
of those on.
I
Right.
appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Diane. Okay, is that it then? So then with that, we can move to consents.
Ray,
Which, first of all, I'm thankful that you guys, sorry.
Mickey Rowland has his hand up.
Oh, Mickey, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
that's fine. And Ray, thanks for calling me. I just wanted to comment on Diane's subject, her discussion on the letter. And I'm just going to just read a quick statement that I would encourage the HDC to request that the select board reinstate the advisory boards. The HDC has said many times that they appreciate what the advisory boards have to offer, so it should do whatever it can to make sure that they remain functioning. The only way to ensure this is to make them appointed boards supported by the town administration. To help reduce the burden on the staff, the advisory board chairs could create their own agendas and post their meetings. The boards would then require very little support from staff, but we can't do this without being appointed. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thanks. Thanks for that.
Mr. Chair, this is Angus. If I
sorry,
can
who's that?
comment as well.
Angus?
Angus,
Yeah, there he is right there.
go ahead.
Thank you, and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thanks.
So I'm speaking as chair of the Nantucket Historical Commission, but also as advisor. And it's been a while since I've been in touch, and both the NHC and the advisory board members are certainly interested in being as helpful as possible. And I think we just need to have an update of how we can best assist in this. I know that the letter to all of us came out on August 17th, and then NHC wrote a response, and then the Historic District Commission wrote us all a letter, the advisory board, thanking us for our contribution and dedication, and how it was, how important it was to have the advisory boards, and that you'd be getting these legally up and running as quickly as possible.
Oh, Angus, we're having a little bit of a static issue with you. We just lost you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Occasionally you start to fade. Can you just repeat what you just said?
Well, I was just looking at the letter that you guys had written, the advisory boards, just saying your contributions and dedication have been extremely valuable to our goal of upholding the special acts of the Historic District Commission. Secondly, please know that we're seeking legal and permissible resolution to this issue as quickly as possible with the goal of having advisory committees back up and running. Times are such, the HTC, that our workload is heavy enough as it is without losing the support of our advisory boards. Stay tuned. And so as chair of the NHC and as a advisory board member, we just want to help in this as much as possible. That was over 4 months ago. And my understanding is that the advisory boards assist in such a way that it lightens your load. And so I think we just need to hear from you guys what what the intentions are.
Yeah, okay. So the issue where it is right now, Angus, and I'm sure that you're aware of this, is we did send in that request to the select board who deliberated on it, did not act on it, and they want to reconvene and have more discussion about it. That's where it is right now. We didn't drop the ball. I mean, it's basically sitting at the selectmen right now. Were you aware of that?
I know that it was brought before the selectmen, but then my understanding is that it was held or temporarily dropped, and then there hasn't been a lot of action since. And I just I know how
because
it is for the
that
time
happened
to go
before
by.
Christmas, and it's 3 days after the New Year's.
Could I
So,
make a suggestion?
listen, we certainly haven't forgotten about it, and the selectmen have been in touch with us about like having more hearing on it and having more discussion on the issue. Abby, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we could just have a follow-up letter to ask the select board where it stands with
That's
that,
fine.
just to keep
Yeah. Yeah.
the in
Totally
their minds.
fine.
And
Yep. I can do that.
Thank you for that. And Diane, thank you through the chair. Thank you for putting a letter together and working on that. And any way that we can assist, please let us know. Until I hear otherwise, we're going to assume that your sentiments are the same as they were August 30th.
Correct.
Yes,
do we have
Yes,
to make
they
a
are.
motion on that?
I don't think we need to make a
Can we just
motion for
ask
us to
you
send a follow-up letter. That can be just an informal thing saying, so where are we? So that I can report back and let you guys know where we stand and what's the next step and all that. Angus, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you for your comments, and Diane, thank you. Are we all set on this subject? If
If so.
so, that was you, Diane?
Yeah, I just said yes. I
Okay.
guess so.
Great, okay. So now I'm looking at our consent agenda. Thank all of you who participated in creating this. We have some recusals, and let's see how this goes. Stephen, I don't believe you have any, right? Okay, I do, Carrie does. Does anyone else?
No.
I have one I want to, I was on the.
Well, let's establish a board before that. Okay, so Stephen, I think that it would be Jesse.
Yeah.
Would be your fifth member, correct?
Yeah. So Val, Diane, Jesse, and me.
Yeah. And Abby wanted to pull something.
Yeah.
I want to pull.
Hold on. So we've got two recusals,
Yes.
just for the record, Ray Paul, Carrie Thornwell. Abby, which one did you want to pull?
Number 27, I was on the, reviewing the consents, and
Okay,
I
so,
have a question about the solar on Hither Creek.
okay, so can I get a motion to approve consent, holding number 27 for discussion?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Mr. Chair, you want to take 10 off?
Okay, so the next consent with, thank you, Stephen. The next one, I believe the only person that needs to be off, but we have a regular board, would be Carrie? Yeah, okay. So it's just going to be the regular board on this one. Would somebody like to make a motion on consent with conditions?
I make a motion to approve the consent with conditions.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val Oliver,
I,
Abigail Camp, Stephen Welch,
Aye.
Diane Coombs on your motion.
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
So when do we look at 10F?
Oh, yeah, so what did you guys,
So that's for you to pull up now. We can just take it.
okay, so you wanted to review 10F rooftop solar. Now, it's interesting because you reviewed this, but you did put it on consent.
Yeah, right.
So is there something that's troubling you, or are you having
Yes, so there,
some mental anguish about it?
yeah, sleepless
Okay.
nights.
But now keep in mind that we probably don't have anybody here to represent
I
this,
just
right?
want to know what the rest of the board thinks, because I
Oh,
felt that
oh.
they're on 4 different planes, rooftops, and on the west, if you're coming into Heather Creek, it's going to be very visible. And I think of Heather Creek as this sort of pristine entrance into Nantucket Harbor, and there not a lot of solar. There is one other that I'm not sure we should pass,
Well,
but
okay, so
yeah.
listen, regular board, let's go to number 27 on consent, which is 10 F Street. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
may I ask through you, Esme, is Karen Lance here in case she's needed? Okay, just I was curious.
So Abby, tell us again what, now that I'm looking at it, could you review what your
Right, so when I
concern was
reviewed
again?
it, I was thinking mostly of, from a public way on the mainland and Nantucket and its surround, and I could see that it's going to be pretty hard to see it from the mainland, but from the water, which is, it's a major waterway coming and going up Heather Creek. And it's an old community with old houses, small, everything it's going to look a little out of place if you're coming in and suddenly you see, it's the west.
Well, she has it photoshopped
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
no, the Photoshop is the one that's already there on someone
Oh,
else's house.
this is fitting for neighborhood
It's
as house.
someone
to-
else's
Oh,
house.
okay, sorry, you're right. Well, they're actually,
There is a plan that shows the next one. Their sheets aren't labeled, which is a little problematic. Sorry, Karen, but it's titled proposed array placement.
So.
well, can I say something here? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
It looks to me like the only one that would be visible, because they're all sort of around the courtyard. I'm getting feedback. Is that one array that is on the western side, and that has a little cottage between it and the water, if I'm not mistaken.
However,
Yes?
it is on the front of the building.
The other ones are, yeah. The other ones are, yes.
But I don't believe that those are the ones that Abby's concerned about.
I understand that, but the discussion should be,
I don't want to have that discussion. We had a discussion about it a couple of meetings ago, and, I was soundly trounced that it doesn't matter
if you can't
if it's
see
on the
it,
front,
if you can't see
if you
it.
can't see it, and this is down someone's driveway. So you can't see it. So I think we need to be consistent, that's all.
Well,
I'm not suggesting, Val, you're not being, I'm just saying that's the point I'm
Well,
trying to make.
it's a public way. The waterway is a public way.
No, I'm
I think
responding to
we have
Val's
two
comment.
different,
Yeah.
we have two different things here. Stephen is responding to Val's issue of the one portion of this array being on the quote, front of the house, which doesn't face the public way. Abby's issue is the one that faces west, which will, if this photograph is accurate, be visible from Hither Creek, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. What's the pleasure of the
This is
board?
the
Because
front
I
of
think
the
if there's going to
house.
be any degree of controversy, yes, Esme.
The homeowner is.
Oh, homeowner, I understand that you're on the line. Could you unmute and identify yourself? Maybe you could clarify some things for us.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Your name for the record, please.
Bill Greeter, 10 F Street.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, 10 F Street. I actually took the photos that to show the view from the creek. So that is from the west. Those are abutters, so keep going up. Keep going.
Shouldn't have been approved.
Okay, see where the, well, that's not a good shot either. Go the other way. So the one that says west, that is the roof that you would be able to see from the creek. But that particular picture was taken from the land, but someplace on the, maybe it's on the,
We have it on our tablets. It's a picture taken obviously from a boat in the water.
yeah,
Looking at, you're in the background and there's got a big blue arrow that points.
Can you show
to
that?
roof line.
can you show that on the screen?
Yeah, right, it's down.
Right
Right
there.
there.
Yeah, the
Right
top
there.
one, the top.
Okay,
one.
so yeah, that one right there. I took that photo. So that is our west side roof.
Right.
So if you scroll down to the next arrow, that house right there, that is also, that is on a neighbor's roof. And that is facing F Street. And that's the one that, as I just tuned in, because I didn't realize this was on today. I just happened to jump on. So that one that you can see, the second arrow, that is visible from the creek. And it's visible from F Street. Which is why I wanted to show the two. And so
Okay.
actually those two pictures side by each, that's the same location on, that's, I believe that's E Street, like in Edward.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable representing this, or would you prefer to hold this for Karen?
I prefer to hold it for her, because if you have any technical questions,
Yeah,
I
right.
will say that a ground array is not possible for us, because it's funny, as we try to do what's right for the environment and the community.
Yeah.
Well, we had to tear down all of our shrubs to put in, and I take offense to whoever just said, yeah. I'm representing my personal view. And so I would respect your right to say whatever, but I don't take kindly to that. We ended up tearing down all of our bushes to put in septic system for our 2 units there. So I can't put a ground array, which is why we want the roof array.
So if your preference is to hold this and have Karen represent it for you, because there might be some technical questions about number of panels, et cetera, and placement and that sort of thing, we can hold this, which honestly, I think is probably my recommendation to you at this point. I apologize because it was on consent, but it is no longer. So why don't we hold this for representation? Can we do that?
Okay, and just
Yeah,
for
Hang
just
on.
for
Yes, sir.
clarification, can you tell me, because I'm not familiar with how it goes back and forth, so I saw that it was on consent this morning,
Yeah.
and so I quite frankly wasn't going to participate in the meeting today and just
Right.
happened to do that. So how did it go onto consent and then get pulled off?
Well, it is,
It happens.
yeah, it's our right as board members.
Mhm.
The consent is prepared by individual members with help from the staff, but it needs to be ratified, and it needs to be ratified by the full board, which is a few minutes ago, we approved the rest of the consents just en masse as a board. This particular thing was pulled out for certain reasons, and so the board is not approving it right now. So this does happen occasionally with the consent agenda. But ordinarily, if it does happen, what we're going to do is hold it for representation. So you'll go to the next meeting,
Okay.
assuming that Karen's going to be there for you. Yes, Stephen, go.
I'd like to make a recommendation
Sure.
that maybe can give the applicant's agent some direction and hopefully save us, reintroducing this and discussing it, getting reoriented in another 5 minutes, 10 minutes at another meeting. And that is to get a sense of the commissioner sitting on this and the option of removing on the west roof, the two sawtooth, which are closest to the hip ridge, which would then present a full rectilinear form, which is highly consistent with what's presented at the neighboring structure and eliminates the visual attraction from the water. If there's going to be resistance on that, that would be the option. And I'd just like to find out where we are with this so that as opposed to having this discussion again and then having that discussion, which is
Gotcha.
most likely we're going to head, let's just maybe have it and
All right.
and give them some condition.
There's also an option of another structure, a garage to put it on.
Well, okay, Stephen has made a proposal. Mr. Greeter,
Yes, sir.
do you understand what Stephen has just proposed?
Not really.
Okay, so what the board generally doesn't like it when the roof array steps because it just makes it that much more ostentatious when it's out there in the landscape. So he's suggesting that the western portion of the array, the one that can be seen from the water, that you remove the two panels, the two northernmost panels that create that sort of stepped effect. In which case, then you would just have a rectangular volume sitting on top of your roof there. And that's by way of just simplifying it
Okay.
visually.
I'll have Karen.
Okay. So yeah, I'm glad that you talked about having Karen check in on this because that's way beyond my pay grade there as far as even knowing what the hell.
I'm sorry, I'm having
I can't hear
difficulty
you.
He
hearing.
wants to wait for Karen.
Well, Karen's here, so.
Karen is on.
Look, this comes down, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Bill, I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. I'm trying to give this some direction, knowing the, proclivities and preferences of the commissioners. It's been raised as a potential aesthetic issue. There is, it appears that there's an opportunity to simplify the mass on the west visually, consistent with other applications that have been approved in the area. Those two panels, Karen might be able to address whether they can go on the west, smaller structure that's in your kind of semi-courtyard area, or be otherwise located on the structure. But I think that, there's resistance to this or it wouldn't have been called. So I'm trying to forge a solution here that's acceptable. The other alternative that's been mentioned, which I'm not personally as in favor of, is locating the panels on the garage. To me, that just brings it closer to the water and it's more viewable directly from more vantage points on the water.
Is the
I
garage-
totally disagree with that.
is the
Okay, well,
garage-
I've spent a lot of time on the water out there and I'm just looking at the geometry
Of the roof,
of the roof and
which
of,
faces,
excuse me,
Yeah, please let him
and-
talk.
Val, you got to be courteous and polite. If you know what, I'm not cutting you off. The garage roof is closer to the water. There is no obstructions of the garage roof plane that's being proposed. Therefore, just by simple physics and geometry, it will be more visible. And to me, that is less attractive.
Stephen,
Yeah.
The roof is facing the other way.
Stephen, is the garage the piece that's in the northwest corner vis-a-vis the house?
Yeah, and unless I'm misreading it, the roof,
That's a cottage.
whatever that structure is.
This.
Yeah, is that?
Yeah.
I thought that was the structure Val was referring to.
So Mr.
Folks, hang on a second. Hang on, Mr. Reader.
Well, for a point of clarity, just so I can answer your question.
Yes,
Are you talking about this structure?
yeah.
Well, it is closer to the water, and the roof plane would face
The
west.
wood,
It
the
would
wood
face
plane, the roof plane faces toward the south.
No,
It faces the same direction.
it faces west.
How do you figure?
I'm looking at the.
There's a gable.
Esme,
The
could you
gable
please
runs
go
the
to the
same
image from the
direction.
water and zoom in on the left?
It would be the
corner?
exact same thing, but closer to the water.
Would anybody be object to a view?
Let's please finish one portion of the discussion before we start introducing more points.
All right. I want to hear from the rest of the board. I'm pretty sure I know where Stephen
Can
stands
we
on
resolve
this.
that there's a roof on the garage, that small structure that faces the water?
Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't look
And
like
it
Val, there's a
faces the
picture
same
right
way.
there. Oh, my God.
In
talking
this
about that
picture,
plane
which
right
is the
there.
one that we
Could we
have to
please
look
go
at.
to the picture the
It looks
applicant
like it's
provided?
sloped
Can you point
that
to
way.
it, Stephen? please?
Gosh, this gable faces
here.
the water, which means that, yeah.
Both do. The big one and the cottage both face the same
Yes,
way.
that's exactly the point.
Thank you,
Diane.
Diane. Okay, so I am with Stephen in terms of not wanting to move the solar array closer to the water. But I do need to hear from Abby. I haven't, aside from the fact that you had some concern about the water visibility, I want to hear where you are. Diane, I want to hear from you.
Okay, anytime.
You ready?
Yeah,
Tell us what you're thinking.
I am thinking that Stephen's idea of making it neat on that roof it would be hard to deny this with a house
Yeah.
not 100 feet up the road from it with the same thing. I think that would be unfair to pick out one and have let the other. I am not in favor of having solar panels anywhere. I'm very much in favor of having them unseen or not on the front, as you know. But I think in this case, with with a thing where cars are not going by, but you're going by on the boat, and it's sort of part of the atmosphere of the tidal water there, that I could accept a neat and tidy bunch of panels on the west roof,
Okay.
closest to the east part of the west roof, if you know what I mean. And I think that it would be acceptable, and it would be acceptable to me in that regard.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Abby, anything that you want to add? And in particular, Stephen's proposal to lose the two panels that are sort of turning the northern end of that western array into a stepped configuration.
Well, I'm sorry if this was on a view, but my feeling would be I'd like to park the car and walk around and take a look at the visibility of Stephen's proposal and, you know, the whole. So I would be in favor of a view.
Okay. I may have said this already, but I'm fine with Stephen's proposal, given what Diane has just said. The neighboring property that has a very similar type of arrangement.
Is Karen with us?
Mr. Chair?
Is that you, Mr. Greeter?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I looked at the, now drill down on the submittal, and I see what Stephen was talking about, those two that sort of stick out, like a smokestack if you
Yeah.
look. So now I understand what his suggestion was, and I'd be comfortable with that if Karen says the system will still work.
Yes, and I'm here now, and I think that we could easily remove those and possibly stick them on the southwest facing roof that only has 4 right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't think there's a problem. We can easily make that as neat as possible, and a neat rectangle.
That's
And
what
I-
we're after.
Yep, I don't think there's a problem with that at all.
Okay, thanks.
So I think, with all due respect, Deb, I totally get a view, but I think that this is appropriately passable.
As
and the-
modified.
As
obviously.
modified, and the
Yeah.
view is really what the only thing you're gonna be able to catch on a view is gonna be from the bridge, so I don't think it's gonna be as beneficial as we all might hope. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a motion to approve through staff with the 2 panels removed from the southwesterly most roof and the option to have those added into the small southwesterly facing 4-panel roof.
Okay, that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Nope.
Okay, Abby.
Without prejudice, no.
Okay. So against.
Okay.
Okay. Diane, on the motion.
No, as proposed by Stephen, I would say yes.
Okay, Stephen on your motion?
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye too. So the motion does carry 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, let's see, we're to old business. First item of which is 126R Main Street. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Jesse.
Yeah,
What?
we did that.
Yeah, we did that. We're way ahead of you, Linda. Way ahead of you. Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I want to point out that this letter I received at 3:40 PM this afternoon, so I was not able to distribute.
We actually sent it in a while ago, but everybody had COVID.
Well, it says October.
Yeah,
He-
I read that.
I think he revised it and sent it in just before everybody got COVID in the audience, in the office.
Okay, thanks. Has everyone read that?
Yes.
That is on the main house, that is not on the garage.
Oh,
Oh, so.
oh, okay, well, we're on the
More
garage right
confusion.
now, I
Well,
believe.
normally we take the main house. but that's
No,
all right.
this is just the sequence where we
I
are.
don't
This
care.
is the garage demo that we're reviewing right at the moment. Okay, the board, once again, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Jesse. Okay, everybody ready?
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. We've been in here already for the garage. We've given you a number of pictures of this garage. We'd like to take it down so we have better access to the rear of the lot without having to play a lot of games. If we start rehabbing this garage, chances are that rear wall is going to collapse. We have taken some of the ivy off. I believe you also have a letter from the individual who used to own this property, who owns the abutting property that faces Bloom Street. He backs up to it. He would like to see it gone. I think the letter should be in your, he sent it directly to you guys. It should be in your packets. Jim Icard. And he doesn't want to see it again. He knows the garage. He knows what kind of shape the garage is in. It was built in the late 20s or early 30s. It was built as a car garage. It's got an overhead door, some cinder blocks in the front. It wasn't built as a carriage house, which I do agree with you guys that these carriage houses are beginning to disappear, but you also have a history of allowing them to disappear. One over, I believe, on Pine Street, or not Pine, the one in front of it, where it was allowed, a nice, beautiful carriage house, because I knew the people who owned it, was allowed to be completely destroyed, and a 2-story garage apartment built. So I can go all through town on these things and give you precedent after precedent after precedent. If this was a carriage house, I'd say fine, but it's got an overhead door. It's a garage for a car, because it was built when cars were brought to the island after they were not allowed to come in until 1918. And if you won't let us get rid of it, then the other option was to move it straight back on the lot, which is going to drive Mr. Icard absolutely bonkers. And I'm not sure if we can pick it up to move it, because it doesn't really have a sill. So I think Chip Stahl is on Zoom. I can't see him from here, but I think he's up there. He'd like to say something.
Okay.
He owns the property, but those are our options: get rid of it or move it back. And I don't think it's going to survive moving it back. Okay. And we want to get it out of the setback, because it's on the setback.
Very good. A few things. I remember seeing more documentation than one single photograph. Is
No,
there
I
any
gave you a whole bunch of photographs. And
Well,
the-
yeah,
and
but the one that we're looking at right now,
Sanborns.
Linda, just has one.
Well, no, you've got all of them, and you
Hey,
have the Sanborn
Linda,
maps and
Linda,
everything
I'm
else.
just saying, this is what we're
Linda,
like this time. So it's, I saw this stuff before the
Yeah,
last time. I was- Okay, that was question number one. And now let's hear from you, Holly.
Thank
I
you.
was going to go to Chip before we went to Holly.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Chip, you first.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Pay no attention to the palm tree behind him.
I'm not gonna look.
I'm in much nicer weather.
With sunglasses.
Sorry, looking out over the Bahamian waters. I won't talk about it. The garage is in terrible condition, and it to replace the framing, the sill, the bottom of the studs, everything that's building up from the foundation up is essentially, not everything, but a great majority of it is essentially in rotted condition. The roof would have to be completely disassembled. At that point, there's nothing left to be saved. If it weren't for the ivy that's growing over the top of it, you could lean against it and it would most likely fall over. You go inside, stand inside, and you're during a rain and you're getting wet. I'm all about the historic preservation of it, of any of these things. But this one isn't just in such dilapidated condition. Being a builder, it's just not practical to work with a structure as it is. Not much else that I can say about it, other than it's just in terribly poor condition. And we'd like to get it out of the setback. And we want to appease Jim Iker, the neighbor, by not moving it to the rear of the lot. We'd put up different screening that's serving as screening to the abutter at 124. So we'd come up with an alternative for creating that screening.
Okay,
Yeah, that's all I really have to say about it.
very
Here-
good, Chip.
Here are
Thank
the other
you.
pictures up behind you.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. All right, Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there is an HDC survey on file for this structure circa 1915. Obviously, it would be a sad thing to lose another contributing outbuilding from the historic streetscape of Main Street. It's been there since obviously the time of automobiles started on Nantucket, and rather see it moved than demolished. And possibly keeping it and restoring it in situ. I would be remiss as your preservation planner without saying that. Do appreciate the additional documentation that's been provided. You all in the past received some comments from NPT. Again, I think the biggest thing is the garage is constructed circa 1915. It's contributing structure to the Nantucket National Historic Landmark District. According to Building Nantucket Mine, plucking out a single building may cut a noticeable and irretrievable hole in the historic fabric of the island's architecture. And again, I've said this before that one wrong doesn't make a right. Again, be remiss on that. Understanding the condition of it and understanding wanting to appease an abutter, there are also abutters that have sent in comments and concerns to you all, which are in the record. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I add something that our designer just called out to my attention?
Quickly.
Is that it's 75 feet from the street. It is not on the street in the streetscape, and it wasn't part of the original streetscape.
I think we're aware of that.
We never really
We're
gave you
aware
the
of its
distance back
location.
from it. It's 75 feet, 10 feet of
It was
width.
in the documentation, it shows exactly where it is.
Can
Thank
I
you.
add one additional comment?
Is that you, Chip?
Yes. You know, it
Quickly.
says, I've heard that it's 1915 construction of this structure, but you know, there's sheets of plywood on there that say wire house or lumber on it. And there's 2x4s that are actual 1.5 by 3.5, which in my knowledge, my experience of construction did not exist in 1915. So I can't imagine how this could be considered constructed in 1915.
There is post-war wood in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, wire house or
The
lumber.
condition
was
is such
brown
that
in
if they didn't have that, I think there would be gaping holes in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm sure that there's a number of you, including Ms. Bradford.
Yeah,
Are you unmuted? Yeah, there you go.
yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I'm Andrea Bradford. My family and I own the house at 128 Main Street. We've spoken to you before regarding the demolition of the salt box style garage, which is a structure characteristic of the traditional streetscape of Upper Main. You can see it from the street. Previously, we submitted a document with photographs. I think you now have one of them up, which just sort of shows a little higher up. It shows the salt box style, but it's there. One thing is that the developer wants to put in a curb cut and a new parking area, which really kind of needs to be discussed in conjunction with the garage, because if you keep the garage, then you don't have to do a new curb cut or a new garage or a new shed or anything, because we still have a structure. But that's an aside. So the garage was built in 1915, according to the Sanborn maps. It was no doubt used to house some of the earliest automobiles to visit the island. We believe that the building should be kept in its original location and carefully renovated in order not to disturb the historic design of Upper Main. Let's see. Okay. The garage is much like the other garages on Upper Main Street that were built at the turn of the century when motor vehicles were first being introduced to the island. These small garages are traditional to the neighborhood and need to be preserved. We urge the HDC to deny the proposed garage demolition, as the removal of this existing ancillary structure from its Upper Main Street lot in the old historic district will negatively impact the historic character of the neighborhood. As stated previously, the original small outbuildings of this type must be carefully saved. And in this case, not only because it is a contributing structure, but also because it's significant to the history and character of the district. Thanks so much.
A point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes.
She's obviously doesn't have grasp of the facts. This garage is on the rear lot. The way down on the agenda is the curb cut coming in. I'm speaking, please. Way down on the agenda is the curb cut coming in for the other
I'm gonna do a
lot.
point of order on you, Linda.
For
because
the other lot. This has nothing to do with that lot.
Okay, but where the
That wasn't
curb
my
cut
point.
is and all that is not the discuss,
That
that's
she
not
brought it
part
up.
of the
I want to
discussion.
make sure you understand that this is on the rear lot and the curb cut's on the
Okay,
front lot.
we've done our homework over here. So,
Enough.
all right. So thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom or in the room for that matter that wants to speak on this? Sarah? Yeah, okay.
Yes, I represent the direct abutter at 124 Main Street. Agree with everything that was said both by Holly and Ms. Bradford. This building's been there for well over 100 years. It is a contributing structure. It can be renovated, rebuilt in place. That's one of the options that wasn't given by the developer. It would be a shame to lose another building in the core like this, and I think it's incumbent on the board to preserve these structures. We've just seen too many of them go. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else on Zoom? If so, unmute.
Yes, I would like to speak.
Sure.
Hi, thanks. This is Hillary Rayport. Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. I just want to agree with Holly and with Ms. Alger and Ms. Bradford, and emphasize that we rely on the HDC to preserve contributing structures. And this is a contributing structure. And the fact that it is in the easement, or that they want to move it out of the easement, is all a piece of the condition that's been created with the 4181L division. And it's not the responsibility of this board to respond to that. This board has the responsibility to preserve the streetscape, to preserve contributing structures, which this is. I'd also like to point out that the original planning board packet had a picture of the interior of the structure, which was not included in the packet, in the supplemental photos that were just showed a few minutes ago. It was pulled out, and it was pulled out because it actually shows quite a sound structure. In my opinion, it shows quite a sound structure. And so I guess I should say, I wonder why it was pulled out. I've supplied it to the board in the past, so you have it. And I hope that you will deny the move and demolition or demolition of the structure. Thank you.
Okay, Hillary, thank you. Anyone else?
Can I speak again? Chip?
That's you, Chip.
That's Chip.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Briefly.
I'm curious what the alternatives are based on based on being a builder and an understanding of construction. What's the alternative to this? If it's going to be a remaining structure, it has to be rebuilt. It has to be demolished.
Well, I think that's going to be, Chip, I think that's, with all due respect, I think that's going to be part of the discussion that you're about to hear among the board members.
Yeah, and the new wood inside, Mr. Chairman, to add what Chip said, it was to keep the building from falling down.
Yeah.
And I didn't pull the interior. I did not pull the interior pictures.
Discussion.
Okay. All right. So thanks, everyone. Any more public comment before I turn it over to the board? Okay, very good. Now I am going to turn it over to the board. Who would like to begin discussion on this application?
I'll begin if you want.
All right, thank you. Yes, Diane, go ahead.
Okay, I think that from the pictures that we did see in the past of the building, it is savable. I believe there's a need, or the people feel a need to get rid of this building so that 126 can be moved, so they can put another house in the back without the problem. I don't think that's what we, the HDC, should be concerned with. Our concern is maintaining the neighborhood in the standard of which it has grown up for the last 100, 150 years. Not whether somebody never wants to see it again, or it's terrible, or it's falling down. We have said to have engineers, but not engineers that are hired by the applicants. Other engineers that say something. I think the building needs to be saved. And the older building in front not moved. And I think it's a perfectly, even the simple picture we have of it is not falling down, crushing, or anything else. If people are well enough understanding the construction, they can reconstruct anything and not say, oh, we can't do it. I feel strongly that this building should be saved and maintained to fill our position of maintaining historic buildings on the island. And whether we look at the wood inside or outside, I will go into that later, but this is my feeling to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I can go.
All right, Abby, go ahead.
Well, I agree with Diane. I think we're here to, preserve the history of Nantucket, and that is our slate in life right here. and in respect to the scale and the streetscape, I would rather see this building be renovated, and that's my feeling on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Who's next? Val, Jesse? Oh, come on.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
Thank you, Jesse.
I'll go. Yeah, I'll go with Abby's point. I think maybe there's just no way this building is going to be moved. It's just not going to happen. But I think we should think about building something in very similar character on the property to represent what once was there.
I'm confused. Can you clarify that for us? Does that mean you're okay with the demolition so long as we reproduce that building?
Correct.
This is Commissioner's statement.
What's that?
I'm well aware of that, Diane. I'm
Ray.
just trying to understand what he said.
Yeah.
Diane, it's okay. Linda's just, in this case, looking for some clarity from Jesse, which
And I have
is
a right
fine.
to do that.
Okay, so Jesse,
Yeah.
you made yourself more clear. You get it, right, Linda?
Yeah.
You
That
get
would be
Jesse's
okay
comment.
with us.
All
But
right,
further
well,
back or out of the setback.
I know, yes, it would be okay with you. Okay, so Jesse, was that it?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, Val, it falls to you, friend.
I would agree with Jesse about it being rebuilt but not moved.
I don't think they'll let us put it back in the setback.
Okay. Well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah.
We're not that board.
I
You know
was that board.
Okay, so that's it, right, Val? Okay. My view is that similar, every time I walk down Fair Street, I walk past a building that is very proximal to Murray's Toggery. I think we all know the building, and it's literally falling into the ground. Now, when it comes right down to it, you could renovate that building, but essentially it's going to need to be rebuilt. And I see that this building is certainly going to need to be rebuilt, at least the exterior shell, given all the rot and everything like that. So at that point, it does become a new building. And, saving the intention of the old carriage house is one thing. I think that Diane used an interesting word, which was reconstruct. And I think that's the right word to use here. Reconstruct. It's like renovating this would be
futile.
Futile is one word. I'm thinking of another word where it would be just sort of irresponsible, I guess is the right word. Even the oldest house, the beams in the oldest house have more epoxy in them than wood. So the oldest house was basically reconstructed. So I like the idea of the old historic house, barn. Whether it needs to stay in that exact location, I think is in question for me, because I think that we actually are talking about, to use Diane's word, a reconstructed building. In which case, then it loses it's not an old building anymore. It's a new building that was based on an old building.
And they'll make us move it out to 5 feet setback at that point.
They might, I'm not sure.
I can't get a
about that,
variance for that.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board on this?
Deny it.
Deny the motion for a demo. Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see where that goes. Okay, on Val's motion for denial of demo, Abby.
Aye.
Okay, Jesse.
Boy, you're putting me on the spot here.
You want me? I can come back to you.
Yeah, come back to me.
Diane, on Val's motion.
Same, deny.
Okay, Jesse now.
I'm going to say,
Speak your mind.
yeah, no,
You know.
I mean, not, is, I mean, I don't know against a denial.
Say that, no against the denial.
Right.
Okay, so you are against the motion for a denial.
I think that's a little too strong.
As am I. So the motion does, however, carry.
What do you want us to do with the building then?
3 in favor, 2
It's not going to just
opposed.
sit there like it is.
And we're gonna listen to her do this all night.
Excuse me, Val, that is really,
Yeah.
really rude. I'm just asking
Okay,
you what
hey,
you
hey,
want us to
hey,
come
let's-
back with.
Let's just calm down, everybody. So the answer is, I don't have an answer for you, Linda. That is, the majority of the board has spoken and they have denied the request for a demolition. So I think that we'd be looking for some alternative strategy.
Which is remove and
Well,
replace and move it
I
back on the
don't-
lot.
I don't know.
Okay.
So
Because we'll appeal this.
that part, we just have to hit the ball back over the, to that
the fence?
side of the court. Okay, so that's that on the garage, and now we are to the main house reno board here. Myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Okay,
Okay.
let's try this one.
This has been 10 months. The structure's been sitting there. Holly has seen the state of the structure. We cannot continue with this. We'd like to resolution tonight so we can start working on it and get it done and tight back to weather again. It was suggested we put the roof walk up and leave it off center, which we did, and I submitted several photographs, including across the street where the roof walk is off center, and most of the houses around that area have roof walks. We didn't like the dormer on the right addition. We're going to remove the existing 1994, I believe, addition that was approved and replace it with a new addition that looks very similar from the street to the old addition. We took the dormer out because most of the ones that I've given you, about 30 pictures in the file of most of them, none of them actually have a dormer in that addition. And we're 60 some odd feet off the road, 65 feet off the road, unlike the other ones, which are right on the road. I took pictures of everything in the neighborhood, including Woodbury, and everything on Main Street that has these side additions, usually for bathrooms and stairways when they were redoing the insides of these structures. Many of them approved by this board, including across the street. So we've taken that out because really the dormer didn't look good at all. And then we were down to the moving of the structure, which we're not doing anymore. So let's finesse that particular discussion. It's staying in place. And I think Jirai is going to speak to the threshold height of the structure since the grading has changed over time all the way around this structure. It did not have that turn in the stairs in the old pictures. It came actually out, probably onto the town sidewalk. The stairs were turned at some point in the history of the structure, more recent history, considering how old the structure is. The other issue is the foundation. We need to pick up the structure and put a new foundation down and reuse. Steve came up with do the brick in the front and keep the rubble, which is very little of it left.
Steve of the board,
Yes,
Steve?
Steve of the
Yeah,
board.
okay.
And there's very little rubble left because of the addition, and the addition in the back took out that wall. It took out the side wall. The addition took out the French doors, et cetera, et cetera. But there is enough rubble to run up both sides. There is brick on the east side driveway. There's it's poured and block on the right side, halfway back and all the way across the back. You have that letter that came up earlier from Toscana, said he will not get underneath that building unless we put a full foundation underneath it. And there's 1 million pictures in there over the last 10 months and 20 agendas to show you that there is no foundation. What you see on the front is a half foundation. This building was moved in from Sherburne. We can't tell if it was the front half or the back half. Holly and I have tried to figure it out. Whichever half it was, that rear half was probably the older of the two halves. Literally, at the peak, they brought in half a building. And what they did with that building was sit it on the dirt at grade. The front part of the structure that was added on, if the rear is the older of the two, The front part of the structure has about a 5.5 foot before you hit the beam. And then you go up a little flight of stairs, which were sort of built into the dirt, up to the other level. So if you're trying to tell me to dig a foundation or put a foundation under something that doesn't have a foundation for half of that structure, that's where Toscana drew the line. Because if you take all that dirt out behind that chimney's coming down anyway, because it's not sitting on anything but a couple of blocks anymore, anyway. It's eroded out. It's unstable. And we can't do that, because if you dig that dirt out behind the ridge, from the ridge back on that section, this thing isn't going to have any stability whatsoever, and there's nothing to put a foundation
Hey, Linda.
on.
Linda? So,
So that's really the big issue here.
okay, yeah. We
We've left the chimney in
We
its
do have a
original
time
location.
limit on things now, and.
This is
on-
10 months worth of time limits on this. And
I
the
understand
last
it's a
3 times hasn't
complicated
been our
project.
fault.
I understand it's a complicated project, but how close, are you concluded?
Yeah, and the
Have you-
chimney.
You have concluded.
The chimney up there, we left it in the original location. The windows, we'd like to change, like we've done on several other structures in town, including several I've worked on. And do the, where are we going, Green Mountain? Norwoods with the wood, custom wood storms.
Okay.
Norwood double glazed on both sides, and put the TDLs in the front like we've done before.
Okay.
Because obviously the addition in the back has Anderson doubles back there already.
Right.
Yeah, which
Okay.
are not that attractive
Yes.
with storms.
All right. Linda,
Okay.
thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, per the HDC survey on file, this is a circa 1750, the E.W. Cobb / Arthur B. Collins house, a typical Nantucket 2.5 story, 3 bay, now 4. And I was able to, thanks to Linda and the owner, go into this structure. I think it's older than 1750 in parts of it anyway.
Yeah.
The rear.
Older than 1750.
Yeah, part of it moved in.
It's pretty neat and unique. The front parlor, and I think Hollis Webb, who's more in the conservation aspect of preservation than I am, is more well knowledgeable in this kind of stuff. But it seems just the way it's constructed, and definitely parts of it when it was moved was, it's incredible. But the rear addition that was done in the 90s definitely didn't assist.
Right.
Appreciate the house is not moving on site. Thank you very much. Appreciate the removal of the proposed dormer on the new subordinate mast. There shouldn't be any changes to the existing facade. The proposed windows should not be SDL. I think there was a comment or a notation on the plans before that they were SDL. So please make sure that's at TDL.
Which
Norwood,
part, Holly?
which are good.
Which section?
I just noted on the plans it said SDL when last time I looked at these. That's obviously something we don't want to see on a historic structure. What windows are being changed and retained? I think that's important. We require a window survey. I have not seen that yet, although I know we've received photographs before. The overall design mimics the existing addition on the historic structure, the 2-story rear addition off that main block with the covered porch entry on the side, which is what you see now. On the east, the basement step down is new. And a different feature, however, that the proposal of all the floors and chimneys and fireplace interior walls, that's a shame, but that's not the HDC's purview. Based on my review, only 11 of the existing windows will be retained. So again, we want to have that window survey and have that clarified. To remove the others, especially on the main block. Obviously, those are probably more original than what was done on that rear addition in the 90s, of course. The plans are clear that a new concrete poured foundation will be built I think, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask this, about retaining any of the existing historic fabric on the exterior. I do understand professionals who move these structures on a day in, day out basis and their concerns. But retaining some of that existing historic fabric would be obviously highly recommended. I know that there's a lot of people have noticed the job that was done on Union Street. I think it was 21 Union Street, where they did exactly that. They were able to retain the exterior of the existing foundation and do a supplemental wall in the inside. If there's ways that that could be done, that would be my recommendation. Obviously, you all have received comments and letters from abutters that are very concerned. NPT sent a letter in today. I don't want to read it in the record. I know you all have received a copy of it today. But yes, there's a lot of people that are concerned. Obviously, we're, want to be able to see this structure stay in its place and be preserved for another, hundreds of years. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Did you want to read that letter into the record?
If you'll indulge me. Yep.
We haven't
Thank
seen
you.
it either.
I did send it to you today when I received it
Yeah,
this
I wasn't
afternoon.
there.
I know.
Well, let's just read it into the record.
Okay. So this is from Mary, our executive director from the NPT, Nantucket Preservation Trust. Dear Chairman Pohl and Commissioners, I'm writing in response to the proposed addition at 126 Main Street, a structure contributing to the Nantucket Historic District. Building with Nantucket in mind outlines goals for building in the old town of Nantucket. The first of which is, quote, to preserve as unchanged as possible old structures built before the middle of the 19th century in their original settings and conditions. Also to maintain the fundamental harmony of the historic community by approving new structures and changes in old ones only when they will blend harmoniously with the traditions of the era before 1846. End quote. The proposed alterations to 126 Main do not blend harmoniously with Nantucket's building traditions. Additive massing extending to the rear of a structure is an established practice and part of Nantucket's building tradition that should be upheld. Building with Nantucket in mind notes that the quote, integrity of the front of the historic building should be maintained. Yes.
I'm not sure
End
she's
quote.
aware that that addition and the entire back is not new. It's 1994. It'd be nice if they looked at the file.
Okay.
Gerard has a question about the windows that he can answer that I mentioned earlier.
Can I finish the letter,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Please.
On September 13th, 2022, Chairman Pohl stated, quote, the addition should be subordinate in the same way the current addition is subordinate. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair. Yet in the proposed plans, the addition has the same eave line as the main mass and is considerably larger than the current addition. The proposed roof walk on a building that has no record of having a roof walk is a significant alteration to the structure. Moving a chimney to accommodate an ornamental roof walk that may never have existed is counter to the goals laid out in Building with Nantucket in mind. Namely, quote, to encourage accurate restorations of historic structures. Sincerely, Mary Bergman, NPT.
I also put a picture of all the roof walks that you've approved.
All right,
in the
Linda,
file.
hang on. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, as I understand it, the windows on the front are single glazed
Yeah,
and then the rest are
TDLs.
going to be TDLs. SDL.
Yeah, in the back will be SDL.
Well,
the
back
front are
and
TDL.
sides, right?
And sides, yeah. And the front of the building is not changing. There is no windows are not moving up. or
Okay,
down.
let's be clear on what we call the front. Is that just the main mass or is that the main mass plus the addition?
The
Everything that faces north and other.
No, the existing, just what is facing the street in the front, not the addition.
Not the addition.
Not the addition is changed, of course, yeah.
Right. Okay, understood. Thank you. Anyone in the room want to speak on this application? Sarah? Let's give Sarah some breathing room. There we go.
I'm not going to belabor this because I think Mary Bergman's letter really said it. It is a significant structure. I think you need to be careful with what you're approving and make sure that it doesn't change, particularly the view from the street. It's old. It's really, really old. It's important, and it's
Yeah.
important to keep.
We're aware.
And this thing about wood, we know the wood rots and that people replace the wood and that over time the structures become basically new. But that's
Yeah.
part of the deal. So I don't think we should be pretending that putting in new wood makes a structure no longer historically significant.
Oh, that's interesting that you say that, because, I think personally, I've always felt like adding new wood was essentially creating a new structure.
I
You know
would
what I mean?
I would disagree with that. Because when you look at the
Well, I
structures
do, too.
downtown,
I
know.
my business is to put in new wood.
I know it is,
Yeah.
but I don't think you're making new structures when you do that. I think you're preserving old structures potentially. I mean, when you look at shingles downtown, you don't think you're looking at, in most cases, shingles from
The original shingles
The
from
ori-
the 1700s.
No, they're new. They're new.
Yeah.
But that doesn't impact the integrity of the building as being historic and valid and old because it has new
Sarah, it's
shingles on
funny.
it.
I totally agree with you on that. Because our dear brother, John McLaughlin, used to say, what is the exterior features of the building? And he pointed to the trim and to the shingles, and he says, every single thing on the outside is always replaced all the time, constantly.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it doesn't impact the integrity of the building as an old building.
Some would argue that it does.
You know that you've overstepped.
Anyway.
Anyway.
So yeah, thanks for that. That's something that we've all considered a lot on this board.
To clarify the wood, the exterior wood, the sheathing is in really good shape, and we saved every piece of sheathing and put it back on the building at 65. So we don't plan on removing the framing, the sheathing, unless it's rotten. So we're keeping the building intact, which is a far more intact than the one at 65.
Okay. Yeah, what
Yeah,
is 60?
Center.
Center Street, yeah. Okay, thank you all. And is there anyone on Zoom that wants to speak up?
Yes,
Yeah.
I would, please.
Sorry?
I would like to offer some comments.
Please do.
Who is
Okay.
Your name is Mr. Bradford, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Bradford. I am the owner of the directly adjacent property at 128 Main Street. Before I begin, I would like to thank everyone for all the time and effort that they put into serving our community. First off, as many other commentators have mentioned, the HDC should not decide piecemeal applications. Instead, they should be reviewed all at once, including the related application for the parking lot on the property and the yet to be seen application for the proposed shed structure shown on the drawings. Incremental approvals slowly erode the historical character of the neighborhood. In the North Liberty Street case, Judge Fahey criticized the HDC for taking up development proposals in piecemeal fashion. As several commissioners mentioned on the last two calls, and as many concerned neighbors agree, everything should be reviewed at once because the cases are interconnected and often depend upon one another. The application at hand, if it is discussed today and not heard with associated applications, is much more than a renovation, and it's not even an historic renovation. In addition to the laundry list of renovations, the application illustrates the addition of a massive new wing to the house, a roof walk, a shed, and a new parking lot. The addition to the western elevation essentially tacks on an entire new second house visible from Main Street. There is a roof walk still on the application that the commissioners asked the applicant to remove because the house has never had one. As for the parking lot, we asked the HDC to consider the appropriateness of having a new curb cut and
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, this is a separate application, and it's
I know.
about 2 weeks
Could we
away.
stick, I'm going to make a point, sir, of getting back to you on the individual applications as opposed to the group applications. But let's stay with the application that we have before us, which is the main house renovation.
Okay. This proposal is even worse than being non-responsive to the HDC's comments because they not only ignored your request, but they have made additional changes to this 1750s house. Additionally, from the perspective of the public, it is very difficult to understand the revisions on this applications. The red markings are misleading because they only mark the changes from the last proposal and not the existing house. The renovations that are proposed are clearly not in keeping with the historic character and don't conform with the existing architecture, e.g. the indoor-outdoor fireplace that will be visible from Vestal Street. Not to mention, the applicant is moving forward with plans on the property as if you have already approved all of this. They began excavating to make way for features in this very application, exposing roots of an historic elm tree on the property just before winter. These premature actions are insulting to the HDC, and they have created an unnecessary eyesore in the historic district. It seems fairly transparent to me that the impetus for this development is to extract as much value from this property as feasible, essentially prioritizing profits over preservation. And I don't think that is consistent with the spirit of building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you for reading my comments into the record.
Thank you. I did just want to comment one thing, and I don't want to make this any longer than it necessary, but I think it's important to comment on the comment that has been made a number of times, including by yourself, about seeing everything all at once. I own a house at 24 Pine Street, and I've owned it for about 13 years. And over the course of my 13 years, we've added a little addition on the back for the kitchen. And then we added a bay in the TV room. And then I added a mud room a few years ago. And then I added a dormer for my daughter's bathroom. Now, do I need to submit all of that stuff all at once so they can all be reviewed at one time? If so, I never would have been able to do that because it was a progression of things. In this particular case, we have a number of applications that have come in simultaneously, and we're being asked to sort of review them all at once. You know, it could easily have been that the applicant could have come in with one thing, that being the renovation of the house. And we would never know about the garage. We'd never know about the house in the back. We'd never know about any of this stuff. But they came in with the number of applications. So we know it's all happening, but it's not our mandate to review it all together and decide it all together. We have to review each individual application as submitted on its merits. That's what we do. And frankly, my business is architecture, and people change their minds, people move things around, and you can't anticipate stuff like that. I'm not defending the applicant. I'm just saying that we can't have a policy where you have to know everything that's going on a parcel of property all at once and review it all at once. That's simply impossible to do.
And we have been, Mr. Chairman, we have been responsive to what you have asked us to do for 10 months.
Okay.
Obviously, they haven't been here for 10 months.
We have more people in the
nothing.
queue that want to speak on this application. So announce yourself and try and keep it brief at this point. Thank you. Anybody?
Chip Stahl.
No.
Okay, Chip, really briefly, okay? No? All right, hang on. Anybody else, the concerned neighbor? Okay, Holly's saying yes. Hillary, Mickey, one of you unmute. Both of you.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. It's Mickey. Historic Structures Advisory Group does have comments, and Holly forgot to read them, I guess. So I'd like to.
Would you mind reading them?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that right now.
And I'm putting my objection on the record, just for the hell of it.
Okay, just for the hell of it. Go ahead, Mickey.
Okay, so these are our group comments. There is no reason or excuse to change the front of this very old and historic structure built in 1750, but that is what they're proposing to do in several ways. The first floor is being lowered 8 inches. This changes the proportions of the front facade and lengthens the front windows and door. The changes to the first floor introduce a step in the shingle line on the east elevation. This is unprecedented for the main mass of a house of such historic significance. The brick steps and access are being altered to accommodate the changes to the floor level, altering the amount of exposed foundation. And the proposed roof walk is not appropriate. Adding a new roof walk to a house that never had one has always been discouraged by the HTC for the simple reason that it significantly alters the appearance of a historic structure. This house has stood for centuries without a roof walk and should not be changed now. This also affects the location of the main chimney, which is being moved east to accommodate the new roof walk. The proposed rear addition on the west
chimney's
is
not
not
moving.
in a traditional location for a side addition. It should be pulled forward so that it nestles into the main roof lines, not sit completely behind the main roof, creating a competing roof line. This is specifically discouraged in building with Nantucket in mind. This addition has gone through several iterations and none of them are working. It is time to consider a new location for the addition, such as extending it toward the back, as is traditionally done. Please don't give up on this very old historic structure. It is one of the oldest on the island and should be preserved as it has looked for centuries. The applicant continues to push for inappropriate changes to this building in an attempt to modernize its interior. New owners should not be encouraged to buy historic properties and alter the exterior appearance to suit their needs. Thank you.
Several
you,
things he
Mickey.
said, Mr. Chairman, are actually factually incorrect.
Hang on.
Because we're not allowed to present in front of them, factually incorrect on almost everything he
Okay,
said.
hang on. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep my comments to a topic that I don't think has been delved into as much as I'd like to see it done, which is that of integrity and patina of this house. I know that old structures, wooden structures, rot needs to be replaced, but a structure of this importance should be approached with preservation in mind. There should be minimal restoration as required. In other words, maintenance. If you all allow the house to be lifted, it will never look the same again. It won't look like an old house anymore. And the whole point of our historic district is to allow people to walk, all the visitors and the residents, to walk along Main Street and say, wow, I've never seen a house that looks like this. It's so old. To feel how old it is, to see the patina, to see the textures, all of these things, the textures, the very beautiful oldness of this house will be destroyed if it is lifted and renovated in this way. So please, I have to ask this commission to use your power to encourage preservation, maintenance of these very rare old structures, preserve and repair the windows, keep the very old and beautiful foundation wall at the front of the house. Do not allow it to be lifted. Do not allow the chimney to be moved so that we can continue to enjoy this very ancient structure that's very special. Thank you very much.
One more
Hillary.
time, the chimney is not moving.
Okay, so to that, Linda, first of all, was there anyone else on Zoom that wanted to speak on this?
I'd like to.
Chip did.
Okay, Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, I am all about historic preservation. I think I have proven that on other projects, such as 65 Center Street, where inside and out, I used every last piece of wood that was removed during the dismantling of it. I think I went above and beyond what most designers and builders on the island would do with that regard. I think I've proven that that is my passion and that is my intention with this house. There is the reality of the sound integrity of the structure and the safety of it, as Toscana is clearly outlined. If Toscana is arguably the best in the business in the country for doing such type of work. And when they state that they're not willing to put their employees underneath this structure to do such underpinning, I have to respect that. And it essentially leaves us with what other alternative? The alternative is to preserve it and reuse of the materials to bring back and maintain the historical integrity that this has without making any major alterations to the front of the house that would alert anyone walking by that, oh yeah, that house has been altered. So I disagree with Hillary that the house is not going to be the same once it's lifted. And she mentioned that the wood rots and needs to be replaced. Well, so does brick. And the primary reason that this foundation is as weak as it is because it was put together with a combination of brick and cobblestones. The bricks deteriorate over time. That's a very weak pivot point on that foundation. There was made mention of 21 Union Street, which I went by, and I believe I included pictures of it. That was a beautiful, very stable foundation. We don't have that here. And in fact, only half the house has a foundation. I am more than willing to do everything to make the front appearance look as though it's been there for 200 plus years. We've conceded to not moving the house. And I don't, we were going to do everything in our power to keep the historical integrity there. And I think I have proven that. That is my passion. But there is the feasibility of what's practical in terms of construction. Houses don't last forever. Bricks don't last forever. Obviously, the wood doesn't last forever. So we are going to do everything in our power to maintain the same historical integrity it has and will last another 200 years.
Okay, Chip, thank you. All right, I think we can go to the board now. Who would like to start? What brave soul. Ah, Stephen, intrepid Stephen. Yeah. Oh, every now and again we get our shot at it, don't we?
Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't appreciate the comments.
Yeah,
A
no.
lot of this stuff has been submitted by letters.
Yeah.
We're here to be reviewing
I hear him.
architectural elements. Sorry, Diane, I'll speak up.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess just some random from notes. I appreciate the fact that this is no longer being moved. I lament the 4181L, but that's not our purview. Character and setting is, architecture elements are, so I'll jump in on those. I previously stated my thoughts on the foundation. If it's unsafe, it needs to be rectified. If there seems to be some ambiguity with the Interior Secretary's rules and whether a new foundation affects the historic characterization, the certification of a structure. I don't think there is, but there seems to be in discussion. And to my understanding, we're going to get into a different area of discussion. It's going to touch on a couple of different comments that have been made by people. We've talked about renovation. We've talked about reconstruction. We've talked about restoration. And I think what we need to be looking at in this situation where we have an unsafe foundation is replication. If replication is deployed, we have a foundation that looks markedly like what was there before, not unlike stone pavers that were installed on Main Street, new materials, some old materials repurposed, recut, refit. I think that this foundation needs to look remarkably as it looks now. That's going to include the front steps, which I'll get to in a couple minutes. I'm broadcasting there. I have a couple more comments. So that's the foundation. I believe I'm just going to jump around looking at the north elevation. The roof walk, I think eliminating the roof walk eliminates contention, eliminates issues. This chimney will have to change. You're 9 inches too short, build a building code if you put the roof walk on there. And adding a roof walk on a structure that did not previously have one I think is a matter of principle, not my concern. I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Historically, roof walks were added. They were a kind of an architectural element. They were a status You know, they weren't always necessarily for maintaining a roof, and they weren't always necessarily for seeing whether the boats were coming in, as is the romantic sentiment.
Or putting out fires.
Unfortunately, they also came to disabuse. If you review the guidelines, the narrative indicates how these things were literally falling off roofs. I hope we never run into that with solar, because certainly we aren't bonding those installations, but I'm not going to digress. My primary concern on the north elevation is modification of the presentation of the entry. I'm completely 150,000% against modifying the grade, adding a stone step. And that will literally revolve around the sides to the point of, you know, some 10 feet back, so as to not change the presentation of the grade and the presentation, therefore, of the structure. The rest of the matters with respect to the structure on the north elevation are, I think that addition is too wide. It is not proportionate, historically proportionate, I think. It pushes the envelope by a couple of feet at least. So I would like to see that trimmed in as a matter of appropriateness. As to the details of the brick materials, I think the brick needs to be, literally needs to be pictures taken, the laser concept for more detail. I think it's helpful. And right down to the height of the joint should be measured, and it should be detailed, and it should be replicated as it is. I'm not suggesting that there needs to be a brick in exact location where every single brick is, but the proportions, the parge joints, everything needs to be replicated. If this is a 1/4 of an inch parge joint versus a 5/8, which is more typical, then it should be redone that way. I'm just going to mention, well, topical on the foundation going around the sides, that the rubble should come back into play visually as it does now, which is to say that there should be the same level of degree focused on replication. I think I mentioned, I don't think it's appropriate to be changing the grade there or adding the granite step. On the west elevation, it's remarkable that this is probably one of the least, other than the north, once the roof walk is taken off, this is, with the exception of the width of the new addition, it is remarkably unchanged at and above grade. Obviously below grade isn't the case. I don't have as much of a concern here. I think it would be less, it's certainly wider and more imposing. But with respect to, you squint and you look at the masses, the secondary mass of the L off the back of the main roof has actually been reduced versus what exists, which is, I think, more historically correct. The width of this addition, which is to say the 2-story, 4 double hung gable windows with the, which one I'm talking about. The width is a little concerning, but that does die into the backyard. It's not something that will be viewed directly. It will be viewed obliquely. The south elevation is somewhat similar. I think this is where getting a couple of feet off that addition is going to be helpful. And the east elevation, we have no concerns about. The windows are, I think, the last item. Actually, there's 2 items. The windows, I think, these, we should follow whatever, we should be consistent in what we've approved in the past. So long as the windows do not meet the level of being able to be repaired and reused, then they can be replaced. But I believe that it's been so long looking at this, I'm not certain if that's been documented. If it's been documented, so be it. If it hasn't, then I think it needs to be proven.
They were documented.
I'm just, please let me finish my comments. So I think that that's somewhat of an open issue. I think to the extent that the windows can be preserved, they need to be preserved. And that should revolve around a factual matter of whether or not they can be preserved. After that's determined, then we open up it gets a quickly wider discussion, because we do have in the past approved SDLs on sides and rears. So it goes from preservation to a brand new window type. But that's just the lay of the land. That's where we are. Anything visible from the front, I think, needs to be TDL. Anything visible from walking the public way. On the matter of new, I just want to quickly touch on something that was brought up. You know, this idea that if something is repaired and added to with new wood, whether it is, I think the matter is not whether it's a new material or an old material that's being used. We could rebuild an old house with old material, but if the real concern is the context, the historical context, is there a significant level of replication? And behind that, I think where it gets into affecting the ability for a structure to be certified is how it's rebuilt and why it's rebuilt. It's not just going in to simply modernize something, but the fact that it is actually in such a state of disrepair that it can't be restored. So I'm not really getting into a lot of detail on that, but I just want to plant some anchors on that, because I sense that there's going to be a lot of future discussion around this concept of those concepts that have been brought up. And I just want to have articulated that there's a little bit more to it. And what I mean by a little bit more is, I mean a lot more to it. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I want to put your mind at ease. We did do a complete building scan like I do with all my historic structures, and he did a complete window schedule on the scan, which has been in your file for 8 months.
I understand there's no Windows survey. I mean, we'll get to that in a second. Okay.
And Hollis did look at the windows. He's the preservationist.
Yep.
Hollis went through every window in there.
We get on with the.
Can I finish, please? We went through every window in there, and he said there wasn't an older window in there anymore.
Okay.
Hollis put the
We
letter
need
in
to
the
see
file.
that documented. Okay, so who's speaking next? Diane, you want to go?
I would speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to, okay, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your turn.
I think Mary's letter is, okay, I'm going now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
I am saying, okay, I'm saying that I think that Mary's letter was excellent. I had one of the old rules of building with Nantucket in mind says you don't put a roof walk up if it didn't have one. And to move a chimney and the rest of the stuff, to put up a roof walk on a house that's never had one from 1750 to now is insulting. And I think that should be looked at. You see it on the street looking up, it changes the whole facade of the front. I think that the front entrance, as Steve brought up, should not be changed. It completely changes the building from what it was, and for why you're going to raise it. When in 1978, the storm of 78, the front of my house fell in. My house was built in 1835. And we had, luckily, Jack Van Loo was here, and they put a foundation of cinder block behind, put bricks in front, and you couldn't tell that it had been done. So I don't understand why a foundation cannot be done that way by putting the original bits and pieces out in front and put a solid cinder block in behind, which gives you a very solid foundation without doing
an awful lot of bouncing around. I think that's the way it should be done. I think the new addition is too wide. It fights with the old house itself. It is too wide. The original one was much narrower, and it changes the whole concept of a neat Nantucket old house. As far as all the wood is concerned, again, I think it depends on the wood in certain areas. Just because one beam may be rotten doesn't mean that every beam is rotten. It is a maintenance which is done inside, and beams can be saved, they can be sistered, and additions like that, which keeps the outside looking as it had. Somebody or anybody probably should not buy a house to change the inside, particularly in the old historic district in Nantucket, for which we are very well known. I think that you have enough room in this lot to go back and narrow that addition down, take the chimney, leave the chimney alone, take the roof walk off it. And I think that, personally, I think that one should, in this particular house and its age, should put TDLs all the way around. However, that probably would not go with the thing. I think that I would like to see also what the old house looks like. The south elevation demo does not tell me very much about what it is. You must have some sort of plans that we could measure to see what the height is, the width, and all that stuff without what's being demoed, because at the moment I don't know that anything's being demoed. So that is what I got to say for now.
It's all in the file.
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the record, per what Linda mentioned, we did receive, and it's in the file, an email from Hollis Webb from March 30th. And he said, after close inspection of the double hung weighted 6/6 sash windows at 126, it is apparent that not one original sash exists in the building. All but a few of the windows are likely third or fourth generation 6/6, per Hollis Webb.
That's interesting. So did he elaborate on like this in terms of the sash that are in there right now, what vintage they are?
No,
Doesn't sound like
he
it.
said they're likely third or fourth generation,
Just means
which
that
turn of the last
they've been
century.
replaced 3 or 4 times.
they could, yeah.
He said maybe the 10s,
Well,
20s, somewhere in there.
doesn't-
That's as close as he could get to it.
A generation for a Brosco window is about 2 years.
Agree.
Used to be 20.
Agree.
Used to be 20.
No, but well, I think what Hollis meant, and of course I'm just speculating here, is that there have probably been like 4 different window changes since the original windows. I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, you know, windows do rot.
But they're all weight and balance
Okay, well,
now.
that's very interesting to hear. Thank you, Holly. Let's see. Abby, we have not heard from you, nor have we heard from you, Ms. Oliver.
I'll go. Do you want to go first, Val? Then give it a go. You go.
Okay. I agree with a lot of what's been said, especially what Steve said, so I don't want to repeat them. About the width of the new.
Use your microphone.
Oops, sorry. I agree with what's been said. A lot of what Steve said with regard to the width of the addition being proposed, being downsized, no roof walk. I want to go back to the foundation, though. We've had to do this. I've had to do this at a house on Center Street. We had to pour the foundation on the inside of the rubble so that it remained exactly where it was on the outside, at least on the front mass.
Yeah.
I feel like that is important. I was looking at the dimensions of proposed and existing, and there's a little disparity by inches there. Just wanted to point that out. I don't think the outside fireplace is necessary. And the windows on the street should be the same size as the windows that are there. They appear to be at least 5 inches taller.
Which side, Val?
The front, north, facing the street.
They're not
It-
changing. So,
They
okay.
are bigger.
They're the same.
They are bigger.
In the drawing there.
Okay, but they are the same. We're not changing any rough openings, let me tell you. That's a whole new hornet's nest.
And it appears as if the only thing being kept is the 4 corners of this structure and the main mass, and that is really rather horrifying. There isn't even an interior wall that's being kept anywhere. So that's my comments right now.
All right. Val, thank you. Let's see.
But I appreciate leaving it where it is.
Can we get credit for that?
Yeah,
Abby.
yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, okay.
So, a lot has already been said about not moving the foundation, not moving the house, making it any higher, no roof walk, leaving the chimney, all of that's already been said. So, my main concern is the right-hand massing. I think it overwhelms the historic structure. I'd like to see that reduced. I think that would be my main wish for this 1750s building. Everything else I think has been said. And I thank you for clarifying that the windows, because I was noticing that too on the existing, they as it's drawn, they look smaller, but
Yeah.
thank you for,
We're not changing any rough openings.
thank you for keeping the same size.
Are we talking about those basements, Ash?
On the, no, on the front of the house
front
windows,
windows.
the
It looks
6 over
wonky, but
6s.
it's not changing.
The A windows?
The A windows.
They look
Yeah, his as-built,
substantially-
They
his,
look
they look
smaller.
much bigger.
They
yeah,
look
his
smaller.
as-built, he just told me his as-built is off by a few inches and you're
Okay,
correct,
well,
but there-
let's,
we're not
let's try
changing
and
that.
rectify
Well,
that.
I would
Not
make
changing
that
that.
part
And the
of a
scan
mo-
is correct.
Okay, I think we're gonna go for revisions anyway,
Yeah,
but
we
we
are.
just,
Um,
well, we're not gonna.
Well, I don't want to waste
Right.
another 2 months trying to come back, and it's a
Oh,
whole year
boy,
where the
I'm-
thing is left
I-
open.
Well,
It's
Ray
open.
hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I
so
haven't gone
hold
yet,
on.
but, and a lot of what I'm about to say is just an elaboration on what's already been said. But the change in the floor level is, first of all, thank you for not moving the house. That's good. Second of all, distressed about the change in the floor level. Third, it was been brought up by some other members, this idea of replacing the foundation. All I can think is, particularly when it comes, brick is relatively easy or more easy than rubble, because rubble needs to be done, if it's going to be done to replicate the old, needs to be done really, really well. And I always cite the 1800 house owned by the NHA as an example of what not to do. They just took this sort of like brick or stone veneer and stuck it on there, and it's just horrible. So that's definitely what we don't want. Stone and brickwork both are art forms, and I think that we sit here at the table and we all know what we want, but how to get assurances that what we want gets implemented in the field is very, very difficult to nail down. But it would be something that's why I think everybody's in favor of keeping what we have and reinforcing it from the back, because then we know what we're getting, which is what we see right now, as opposed to what's behind door number 2. You know,
Well, we have-
you get a
obviously
good
have a
mason or you
benchmark.
get a bad mason. So those are my thoughts, but I do believe that we're heading for some more revisions. But it's the pleasure of the board. What
All
are
right,
we
can
gonna
I
do?
codify whatever was said here?
Okay, briefly.
Leave the chimney, we're gonna have to rebuild it because there's nothing underneath it that's holding it.
Okay,
We'll take the roof walk off, we'll take the outdoor fireplace in the back off, we'll reduce the addition by 2 feet. And we'll replicate, because it's already been replicated in the scan, and I've got 5,000 pictures of that foundation. We'll replicate the appearance of the foundation on the outside. We can't pour the foundation on the back half of that building, and I'd be glad to take you in it. So you can see exactly what we're dealing with as far as it's only dirt and it's 6 feet above the front floor.
I can't speak for the rest of the board.
And
but I'm
Toscana
more
won't do
concerned
it.
about the front of the house, not the back.
Exactly.
Well, I'm saying the foundation has to be put around the entire old structure. It can't just be poured in the front and you don't do anything with the dirt that's in the back
I
part of it.
don't think we're suggesting not to do it.
So we need to pick it up. Toscana will pick it up. We'll pour a new foundation and replicate right to the inch because we don't throw
No.
anything away. I'd like to finish, Diane. We don't throw anything away. We
Yeah.
put the rubble back on the outside like we did over there at Center Street. We use brick as much of it as we can, and the rubble is all over that building. But I need to know so we can come back as minute we put these revisions in, can we come right back? It'll be a year, that structure's left unattended.
I got a couple comments on that, if I may, Mr. Chair.
I do too.
One, I think we keep hearing 10 months. We have a new rule, and it's going to be, and it is, that if material changes don't happen within 3 meetings, it's a denial. That's going to cure 10 months.
In the future.
Please let me finish.
No.
The other item is, there are 2 items at least that got missed. One is the window proportions being to match existing. The other is the no grade change at the front and no change to the entryway, the exterior entryway. And
Are you
then
talking about the threshold height?
Yeah, well, no changes to it. Other, replication is different than changing it.
Okay.
So there's the grade, the actual physical exterior entryway, and then the other item that wasn't mentioned is the change in the, I think our chairman brought up was the change in the floor height.
Yeah, and also HSAB
Yeah.
pointed that out, and I think that's important to the proportioning of the building.
So just for Linda's notes, I wanted to make sure those were
Thank
highlighted.
you, and Abby, yes,
Yeah,
go.
so my main concern, Linda, because that was all talked about, is that main mass, the secondary massing on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
You said you reduce it by 2 feet. I don't think that's enough. I think, and I would like to see that newly proposed, what you'd like, but I'm thinking more like what it was originally. So
Okay.
I'm thinking of
That's
a stronger reduction.
One
in
person's
size.
view. I think it's up to you guys to come back to us with something. Okay, I want a motion.
Can we come back the minute we get this in?
Oh, that's unfair. I
That's
mean,
20 agendas we've been on, Ray, literally.
Hey,
Several of them.
Can I
what
make,
can I say?
No, we didn't. You 3 or 4
Hey,
times,
no.
you didn't have the full board.
Unless somebody moves that and it's approved by the board, I got a feeling it ain't. But so can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah. All right, so not.
I'll
with
give
that-
you a motion to hold for revision.
Well, we already got that, Diane.
So we got to wait another
And-
2
and-
months
and
to get
just be
in?
Yes.
But Linda, you took it off the agenda.
No,
many
we didn't.
times.
Okay, guys.
We never got
this is-
heard.
This is where we are. Okay, so on Abby's
Yes, you
motion.
did.
No, we did not.
Hey, all right, we're on Abby's motion right now.
Look at the
Val,
minutes.
on the
Aye.
motion. You said aye, Val?
Yes, no,
No,
I said,
Val, that was for Val.
oh, sorry.
I know you're.
Yes, I.
Thank you. Diane on
Aye.
Abby's motion. Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, so that carries. Okay, now we're on to 12 Beach Grass. New dwelling, Pole, Welch, Oliver, Thornwell. 4-person board.
This was heard on that Thursday, August 25th. And of the 26, 25 have been approved. Nobody, including myself, really cared for this one. If you remember, that was sort of had some wonky additions to it. But we only had 4 members. You said just alter it, and we did. And we've been waiting to come back all this time.
And there was no previous what was in, so it was hard to tell what changed.
Well, it just completely got thrown out the window.
Wait, I'm lost. So
This is a whole new plan.
Yeah,
this is a new plan.
yeah, because nobody, you couldn't even adjust the old plan. So we just said, well, we'll just put in a new one that's very similar to the other ones, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Who is it? It's Ray?
It's me, Stephen,
Stephen.
Val, Kerry.
Where did Carrie go?
She went to go jawbone about that chimney.
Well,
No, we do need her. Okay.
no, you stay there.
I don't want to skip forward if she's just hanging out there.
Because we continued it last time because we only had 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, she's here. She's just going very
Oh, you were serious? Oh. Hi, Carrie, you're on this one. You're one of 4. This is over on beach grass.
This is, Carrie, to recap, this is the only one of the 26 that has not been approved. So everything else is going now, except for this, and it's sort of in the middle of the block. And we just, Val asked if we had the previous, and I said no, because we threw it completely
It's
out because
gone.
nobody liked it at all. And we just submitted something that was similar to the ones that are already approved.
Is it pizza? Okay,
And the sides of it are very difficult to see because there's next to 2 large, similarly large structures on beach
let's see
grass.
what Tammy says.
And the rear you can't see at all because there's structures right behind it.
Yeah, oh my God, I totally forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have more important things to do than HDC issues. Okay.
What
I'm gonna
now?
ask her.
Pizza?
Okay, I'm gonna ask her to order it now. Sorry. Okay, folks. Does anyone have opinions on the current proposal here?
No, but not knowing what's on either side of it makes it a little bit
I have
nebulous.
something to say,
Okay.
if you don't have anything.
We have the streetscape in there somewhere.
On the front elevation, that dormer being dog.
It's the same as the other dormers. That's what's
Yeah, it
weird.
needs to be over the front door. The fact that it drops down and you have the smaller mass and it doesn't line up with anything is driving me crazy.
The fact that it drops
can't
down
get to the
smaller
front door.
mass.
The main mass and then the roof, then it drops and it doesn't correlate with anything. And the dormer, I'm
move over.
the dormer should
Not
move
as far
over
as you need it to, though.
for sure.
It can.
And then the little negative space on the, what elevation is that? East?
Where?
That negative space on the east elevation, I don't think, maybe it won't be seen, but that one, again, is another oddity that doesn't. work.
Hey, Linda,
No, I haven't.
Linda,
seen-
Yeah, you can't see.
I know that sometimes you disagree with what the board has to say,
No,
but
I
let us
can't
speak,
see
okay?
it Because it's down too far.
Go ahead,
But
continue.
that's all I had
You
to say.
couldn't see the
All right.
last
Those
one
two
either.
things.
Okay, that was
I see
Carrie.
it.
Who's next?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I couldn't hear Carrie,
Oh,
I have
shucks.
especially that last
Okay,
part.
Sorry.
she's gonna do a
On the front
repeat.
elevation, I'm talking about the dormer being centered over the door. It just makes that whole elevation cockeyed in my view. And then the negative space on the south elevation is something that I think should be negated. I don't see why you don't just fill it in and have the door on the outside.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't see it, though.
Well, it's not too far from the street, Linda.
All right, that's her comments. That was it, right?
Yes.
Pretty benign, I would
Pretty
say.
benign.
Okay, who's next?
Is that south elevation?
South. Yeah. Come on, Val, Oliver, Stephen.
Well, I said it was hard because I don't know what's on either side of it, but I guess we're at the point out there where we don't really care.
There's a driveway.
And I agree with Carrie on the front. I think it can move over. It's only in a stairwell. It's not going to affect any interior program. Maybe it should be a shed if there's a problem with the roof, but I think it's fine.
It looks like there's room to move it over.
Yeah.
I may have to adjust the door too, just they sort of go together.
All right. Anything else, Val?
No.
Stephen?
On the dormer moved or modified, I get what Carrie's saying about that main roof and the jog with the addition, the smaller mass. I'm a little concerned about the overall height. I mean, it is 2910, but is this going to be modular?
No, stick built, but the rest of them on both sides are the same height.
Okay, so that I'd like to just verify, but other than that, this looks remarkably like the structures that have been built. We've reviewed many of them, all of them, in fact.
And it's not a duplex.
So, I think that it would be nice to see what is on the sides, but I think we can pretty safely move ahead with this. But But I am a little concerned that some of the changes that need to be made, it's gonna need revisions, not just through.
Can I
staff.
do this through staff and have you
I
review
don't-
it?
I don't know.
I just move the dormer and take away the negative space. That's it.
We need a little more better direction, I think, from the commission.
This is causing a real problem with 26
I'm actually,
dwellings.
it's just me, but I'm fine as revised.
Yeah.
As revised, meaning take the dormer, move it over so that it's centered on the front door, which I know can occur. And then get rid of the negative mass on the south elevation, like if those two things are done, and that could be a through staff. I mean, it's
Okay.
my own opinion.
What are the
I would
colors?
make that motion.
She's got it in the thing. I don't know.
Can
I've
we
done
look-
26 of these
white?
things.
I'll tell you.
Because if it's white, then.
Can I
Is
just
it
make a general
ABW?
statement?
Most are not white in there.
When applications don't have what previously was here or submitted, it puts us at a real like I had to go back through old applications today on a lot of these to look up and see what had been submitted before. And I think we, in our new rules, say if it's not complete, we're not going to review it.
Normally I do that,
Right.
Val. I didn't here because we
Okay,
threw the
stop.
whole thing out.
What are the colors? Let's just.
Period.
I don't know, there's no
I know you
application.
don't know, Val. Esme, is that something that you're able to access?
Well, we don't submit the application.
You're supposed
Okay.
to give
Hey,
everything,
for the board,
not
listen,
the
listen.
application.
So let's not ask me to do
Wow.
something people don't do.
We do it every time.
Let's
Okay.
everybody
Checklist.
take a
Guys,
step back from
guys.
the edge.
Stop. What colors do we want this building to be?
Cobblestone gray, trim, natural weather, decking, obviously sash is sand tone, foundation big roof is charcoal black.
Anybody?
Good.
No problem.
Good?
So, yeah,
So
my,
motion,
go ahead.
motion to approve with the dormer centered over the front door, so shift
Yep.
left. And the negative mass on the south elevation eliminated, bring the door out to the
Okay.
face. That is the driveway side, so it will be seen.
Okay.
Through staff.
Thank you for, through staff. So that's Carrie's motion. Thank you. On the motion, Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that one's done. Let's move it along and let's try and let's try and reduce the level of
Yeah, well,
high
you know
drama.
what?
Hey,
You
Let's,
scream at
come on,
everything.
guys. Hey.
guys.
I'm gonna call the
guys, look,
cops.
We're gonna need a constable.
Okay,
in here.
111 Surfside Road. Do we have a rep for this?
Tim Rogovich is on. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so this is our
You're on.
shingle.
Oh, no, you're.
Who, me? Yeah, I'm definitely on it. So
No, I'm sorry. I was
these three applications, we all know what they are. It's myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Okay, what you got for us?
We submitted as requested an updated landscaping plan that adds the trees as requested on the front side there.
Could somebody remind me, does this satisfy the concerns of the board?
Well, I think it took a step in that direction more accurately, but the color of the shingles is still a concern.
Repugnant. Yeah. I know it's not an HDC sanctioned term, but it's really god awful color.
What are you talking about?
Well, the issue with these buildings is that they use those stained shingles, the bleached shingles.
Oh.
And it's on Surfside Road and it's visible.
Oh.
So we're
Visible,
trying-
yes, it is.
We're trying to get some landscape mitigation. Okay. So I guess you've said all that you need to say, right?
Well, I mean, I did want to point out the shingles, the pictures that were taken are actually more gray than they show in the pictures at this point. They will gray out fully, probably within the next year or so, hopefully. At the time, I didn't realize this was an HDC violation. Lesson learned, I guess.
Yeah, got it. And this HTC is the school of hard knocks.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
okay.
picture that you're showing up on the screen, actually, it's a little more gray than this. This is, you know, there is some landscaping out front of there. This is an older picture. And it will eventually gray, like I said. It's just gonna take probably another year or so.
Okay.
5 years.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to, and I know this is obviously infill, this is not historic, yada, yada, but I did have a thought for your consideration. I know you're looking at mitigating it with landscaping, but in addition to that, maybe have some type of caveat that when the exterior shingles need to be re-shingled, that they go back to the traditional cedar shingles.
We can do that, but those shingles that they put on are more expensive than regular old shingles. And the only reason he put them on is because that's all that there was available. So unless he wants to make the same mistake twice, I really doubt, at greater expense, I don't think he's going to do that. But yes, thank you. We could do that, Holly. Comments from the board?
No comment.
No comment.
Is this the landscape plan for just the main house or also the
Everything.
studio?
Could you answer that, Tim?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is this the landscape plan simply for the main house, or is there more for the studio and the, what else is there? Garage.
Well, you got some existing landscaping on the, if you're looking at the house on the left side of the garage, the only opening that you would see is actually the driveways. And the coverage at the bottom, those trees are already in over at on the guest house side to the right of the guest house. Those are all fully in. And what we were gonna do right here is add to this, there's some existing landscape in there, but we were gonna infill in all the gaps in the front on either side of the driveway all the way through.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Tim.
Planting is being put in place, so you can't see the house, and you can't see the shingles. What's that?
So Tim, my concern is that the, you know, you're gonna have a straight shot looking at the garage, and as you come down the access road
right.
there, and then on the studio, you will tend to, as you go by. Also, those apron widths are very wide. I don't actually recall those being approved. I'm not suggesting they weren't, but I think one of the mitigating steps should be to neck down the entryway widths, as opposed to being a 20-foot width, which is what they appear to be. One's 20, one looks like it's more like 15. Is that they would be, you know, like a 12-foot wide entry, so that you don't have this wide
Clear
space.
shot.
Yeah. Remind me, this is shell?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, it's not like it's a huge, you know, it's not even a large financial burden to try and rectify
Pull it up and put
this.
some more green.
Yeah,
So if
and
we
then
bring
allow
in,
you to put
like,
some
the-
more green in on each side of the driveway.
Yeah.
And it, you know, and also not to suggest that in particular on the garage, which is the upper portion in the image, that it has to be evenly neck down. You might neck down, you know, the left side more as you're entering. You know, I'm not as concerned about that, but I'm just suggesting that there's definitely some modifications that could occur there.
Okay, yeah, I could do that. I could bring it down. I could bring it down on both. I could probably bring the, I can add some more landscaping on the top where it goes straight across, and then close it in a little bit on the bottom part to bring it to 12 feet.
Okay.
I think we'd want to do an exhibit A.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If it's getting, I like that
If it goes
idea.
that way.
Abby, go.
Yeah, so, Tim, what is the width of the driveway going right across the front of the house?
That is 12 feet.
That is 12 feet of,
Yes.
is that standard? That looks awfully wide to me. Is that? I know that.
No, that's impossible to be, it's not 12 feet. You don't have a house that's 12 feet wide, I can tell you that much right now. It's 20 feet plus.
In comparison to the house, yeah, the scale might be a little bit off there. I can have my guys double check the width. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure-
you mean this plan might not be consistent with the way it was built?
I see what you're saying with the house.
Yeah.
I'll just have them double check that. I don't know if it was scaled, but wrong, but when the landscaper just popped it in. But
We're going to
I'll double
prepare an
check.
Exhibit A here. But
Tim, we're looking at the plan right now and on a piece of paper because we're just looking at it on a computer.
Yeah, no, but he's right. It
Listen, it's
does look a
too
little
wide.
thin. The house looks a little.
It's ridiculous. It's the wrong
Um,
Can I ask a question, Ray?
Hold on 1 second, Diane. I want to make sure that Abby's spoken.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, because I would like to see a reduction in the width of the driveway coming across the house and as Stephen suggested, squeezing it in from the apron going in, mitigating the view of those garage and second dwelling.
Very good. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I don't remember. Somebody have to remind me why there is a 2-entry driveway and why the driveway goes straight across the front. If they needed to go to the garage or the guest house, why didn't they just put in there, and why the big extension across the front of the house, which I don't think I've ever seen before?
Yeah, it's funny because ordinarily we're not allowing, not we, the planning board is not allowing 2 curb cuts. Why they have one here, I don't know.
I don't know either, but it's terrible. Can you think of a house that has 2 entries and a straight thing in front of the whole from one side of the property to another?
I'm sure there's one that exists somewhere on the East Coast.
Yeah, on the East Coast.
Yeah. Well, theoretically.
I think it should stop. Why do we have to have it to go across the whole thing? Have 2 coming into the garage and the guest house and leave the front alone?
Well, you can't see.
All right.
That's going to be filled in. Like this.
Well, let's just say this. The landscape plan was approved by this board, I'm pretty sure. Right now, fortunately, it has been built not quite according to plan, so nothing's as wide as it appears. But we're doing this Exhibit A now. Yeah, how it got through the building department and the planning board with 2 curb cuts, I do not know. Oh, no, it's a new house.
Trying to minimize.
Possibly, I mean, maybe there's an oh.
It's an easement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
What's today's date?
Okay, so right now, some of the board members are
Let me date it. And then
clandestinely on a plan. No, they're doing the right thing here,
I think it's
okay.
important to make sure it is not seen from Surfside Road more than that road. That road, that's not a road.
Wasn't that discussed last time?
I think you can see it, but
Can anyone opine on that?
yeah, I mean, it's definitely visible, but it's not like visible.
It's not like visible what?
It's not, well, I'm sorry, Diane, I'm not at the top of my peak here.
Yeah, poor guy's suffering.
It's distant. I'm not suggesting that makes it better in the sense that it's more acceptable. I'm just saying that the fact is it's distant from Surfside Road. And I don't know what we can be doing with respect to landscaping to mitigate that, given the distance.
Well, the pool needs to be.
Has the driveway been
Yeah, you
built?
can't
That
see the pool.
That'll be.
You're really looking at the second floor and the roof.
Continue, Diane.
Sorry, Diane.
No, I just wondered if that driveway in front of the house has been built. Is that why we're not?
It's been built. Unfortunately, it hasn't been built the way the plan was approved. It's been built narrower. And we do have an Exhibit A that we're working on over here, which,
What is the average size of a shell driveway? Is it
12
like
feet.
12?
Yeah.
Well, here we're saying 20, so
no,
can't we say
it's
less than that?
who said 20?
What's
Well,
Try to minimize, it says 20 feet.
less than 20.
Less than 20, maybe write the words less.
Oh, is there little,
Because the little thing, yeah.
the ice cream cone?
Why can't we make it 12 feet?
Because
Well,
two-car driveway can be wider than that. It's,
Is anybody looking at this? It looks like a landing strip.
yeah, but it's not, I mean, it's behind a bunch of trees.
Yeah.
So we're never going to be in the airplane looking at it.
They want to have cars parked there too. So you got to be able to pass the cars that are
no, I'm
parked.
concerned
My
about
concern was
strip.
closing off the access.
Yeah, that's right. That was
Yeah.
where it all got started. All right. Well, listen, Tim, you didn't have the benefit of seeing this plan, but if with you're okay, we're going to modify your drive such that it's narrower on either end so that you can get more planning on either side.
Okay.
Sounded like you were amenable to that.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Can I ask him just while we're here?
Go.
Tim, is there some reason it has to be a 20-foot width along the length of the house?
He said it wasn't.
And what is
I'm
it
sorry,
actually, do you know?
A 20-foot width? I don't think it is. I believe it's 12. I just texted my landscape.
So why don't we knock it down to 15 along the length?
The
And
driveway was down there, like curving in.
if it's, Tim, are you reasonably confident that it's 12 feet?
I'm pretty sure I do want to double check. I mean, I can get, if you want it down to 12 feet, I think the reason was to get another car there, but I don't think it's more than 12 feet.
I mean, I would appreciate the fact that it's less wide because then more plant material can be put in.
Do 14 because then you can.
Well, I
Hey,
think.
hey,
the
excuse
12
me,
feet-
excuse me, everybody.
Let me
Lake
clarify. I'm
development,
talking
Val
about the 12
Oliver,
feet.
hang on. Val Oliver is showing me the plan, the site plan that was approved, and there are not two curb cuts. And the configuration of the drive was much narrower than what this current plan shows. So I don't know where this current plan came from, honestly.
They're changing it.
Well,
Well, they
changing
can't
it
just
out
change it.
since
Since that was approved, that must be it.
2021.
I think there was a resubmission on the driveway, and I think it was submitted by our previous landscape architect we had was Katie Mitchell, and then we went to Atlantic. So I think,
well, was it approved?
as far as I'm aware of, it was approved to two
I
curb
can't
cuts.
believe that.
Okay, all right. I mean, if it was
They have
approved,
to
we don't have a
apply-
leg to stand on, but, so
They have
we'll
to
just,
apply to the DPW, Ray.
what?
To have, I said they have to apply to the DPW to get. two
Hey,
cuts on the
Diane,
same
yeah, that's an issue that's like outside of our jurisdiction. What we're trying to do now, kids, is we're trying to mitigate the white bleached shingles on this house, and I'd really like to move this along because we're spending a lot of time on basically what is a screw up. Okay, so we have this plan. Val Oliver, you have not really officially spoken yet.
I said my concern is more what's seen from Surfside Road, which is what caused people to call us and tell us about the shingle color. While this, I suppose, is equally as important, it was just pointed out to us that it's not even a road. So that's my concern, and I agree
It's an
with
easement.
everything you guys have suggested, that the altering the driveway so you don't have a smack drive look right into the house. It's a
So,
lot
but
more than it was ever presented.
are you suggesting supplemental vegetation on the Surfside Road side?
If we can see it, yeah.
Should that could be part of our approval?
Maybe that's just
Stephen Welch.
only my concern.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to if we can target some vegetation so that, because Val, I mean, I just want to be sure I understand your concern, but it is primarily the second floor and the roof is a typical shingle. So we would need to, the reason I mentioned that is because we would want our solution to actually work. We don't want to just say, put in some arborvitae, because the arborvitae aren't going to be tall enough before the shingle color changes. So that's the only concern I have, is that we target a solution to actually do something.
Okay, well, I don't feel like I have enough information on this to say anything, so I'll just
That's a valid comment.
say nothing.
And I feel like we're designing at the table, and I'd like to see it, I'd like to see the design redrawn, so I would be a nay.
I would be a nay also.
Ooh. Okay. Not looking good. What are we doing, folks?
Well, I think I'd like to get, I think if we're gonna be a no based on visibility from Surfside, we need to, as opposed to design at the table, we need to give the applicant some clear direction as to what we expect.
He knows what we want now.
Do you know where you want landscaping in order not to see it from Surfside, Abby?
I know what I don't.
Do you know where you want to see landscaping?
I'm not talking about it.
I'm asking you a simple question.
None of us do.
You don't. So we need to know that before we can accept the plan.
Well, then we need more information.
I understand. That's what I'm trying to get to, is we can't just say,
Pass something on Exhibit A.
no, I'm not trying to pass something on Exhibit A. We had a discussion, and the direction of the meeting was going towards addressing these issues that were identified. So I put them on an Exhibit A. I have no interest in this passing or not. My interest is we don't come back here and sit here and have another 15-minute discussion to unsolve something. That's all. So what I would suggest is that we ask for revisions and we do a view and we pin down specifically what we request so that there is a solution from Surfside Road.
Yep.
Because we can't fix what we don't know.
I'm fine with that. That's what I would suggest.
All right, let's move it
Well, I'm
then.
glad you suggested it.
Let's move it. I mean,
Tim, I would suggest
somebody move
also
it.
you look at this Exhibit A. For
Yeah,
the road
let's
size.
put that, let's give that to the staff so he can look at it. Somebody please move this.
I move a motion to view specifically from Surfside Road and modifications to
Based-
limit visibility from Surfside Road and to incorporate the Exhibit A.
Okay, thanks. On that motion, and this motion is going to be for all three of these buildings, okay? On Stephen's motion, Abby.
So let me just want to be clear. Are we coming back with?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not through staff.
Yes.
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
very good. Diane,
Yes.
okay. Stephen, on your motion. He said yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Very good. Okay. Sorry about that, Tim. Okay, new business, 51 Walsh. We got the regular board still. What you got? No. Oh goodness, a roof walk. Okay, here we go.
All right, regular board.
Regular board.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
Is Diane able to
My
see?
office manager is bringing us pizza because they got no driver.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's
Yeah,
that time
she
of
made it
year.
herself. She's got a brick oven pizza.
Awesome.
Who would ever eat a vegetable if they could have pizza?
Can-
I mean, come on.
I gotta stick with my resolutions.
Oh, no, stop.
All right, guys.
Pizza, vegetables.
All right, here we go.
Food's coming.
Here we go. We're gonna get,
Can Diane see what's on the screen?
Diane, can you see what's on the
Yes,
screen?
I can. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
All right, it's one of those wacky upside-down houses down on Brant Point, sort of in the middle of Brant Point. I've also included pictures of several others that you have done. I've done a couple. Joe Toplin's done a couple, where they crawl up the backside of the house this is coming off a second floor deck in the crease where an addition meets the deck in the back. crawl up the side around that corner, which you can't see, and then up a little bit onto the roof walk in the back. I've given you pictures from every single vantage point possible. It's natural to weather too, and the deck is natural to weather. The house is gray or natural to weather. It's pretty subdued house. Cannot see it from Walsh. Cannot see it from Hulbert. Can't see it from, I think it's James or Val. What's the one to the west of it? It's Henry. It's not Henry. It's James.
Henry.
It's one of those. It's Henry. You can't see it
Yeah.
from there. I took pictures, tried to get through the houses there, which are humongous, and then went through the houses off of Hulbert Avenue all the way down that section, and then up and down Walsh. And you can't see it because it's like tucked into where the addition is. If you go to the rear elevation, it's probably easier. That's the side. No, those aren't rear. There you go. The rear elevation is off that deck to the right, which makes it even more difficult to see, and then it just creeps around the corner and then up the roof. It's less visible than the two that I got approved. It's less visible than the one Joe got approved. And that's what I'm saying. And absolutely due to lack of visibility, and if anybody questions that, it's natural to weather. It's a wood roof on top of it. If anybody questions that, then I would opt for a viewing on your own, because I did
Okay.
take it when all the foliage was dying. So I didn't
right.
take it to my advantage necessarily.
Thank you, Linda. Holly, I'm sure you have words on this one, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So for the record, this is Sandpiper. HDC survey on file is a circa 1930s structure.
Really?
Within Brant Point. There are examples within the Brant Point neighborhood, and I know Linda has provided. However, I did want to make the notation that doesn't necessarily mean it's appropriate. However, there are precedent for them. Obviously, natural to weather and no skirt would be preferable. I do have concerns on whether or not it will be seen from Hulbert Avenue. Obviously the photographs provided, again, there is precedent. You do have comments from HSAG.
Please.
Okay. They also had concern on whether or not it would be visible from Hulbert Ave, as shown by the photos. This would set a bad precedent for applicants to claim non-visibility only to discover that it actually is visible. Obviously, you all have ran into that before, and becomes visible later due to removal of natural screening or a building. The applicant is illustrating how this will become a future precedent by citing other unfortunate roof walks, where these examples actually approved by the HDC.
Yes.
That's, obviously would require a little research on that end. Building when Nantucket Mine very clearly states the exterior roof walks are not allowed. Again, they are precedent, and I would be remiss. Yes, it does indicate in building when Nantucket Mine, but also building when Nantucket Mine is regarding our architecture from mimicking the whaling era up to the 1840s. And I think that's something that does need to, specifically when you're dealing with a structure that is not built within that time frame. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So if you'd like to take a view, I can sort of do a view
Well, I
map
also
for
have
you guys.
pictures that I took today.
All right.
Too.
What's your verdict, Val? Why don't we
You can
start with
see
you?
it standing on Hulbert.
You can see you would be able to see the access. Okay.
It'd be nice if we could see those pictures also.
I'll show them to you.
Whoa.
Without a zoom lens.
I don't have a zoom lens. It was my
I don't
phone
either.
and I was standing on the street.
Because the pictures I took were also standing on the street. Actually, the roof walk stairs are off to the right of that one.
Do we have a
Numbers.
site plan?
What numbers?
Yeah, we got a site plan in the package.
Well, I'd like you to go take a view then yourselves to see if there's going to be a big impact here, because it's around that corner of that gable. Val, what's the number that you took that in between?
Let me look at your site plan and I'll tell you. It's a house that's getting worked on right now.
Yeah, I was down there with that one.
From 50 or 48 Hulbert.
Yeah, that's where I took my picture from.
Yeah. That's another one. And
Is
that's
that our
folks?
structure?
No,
That's the
I'd like to
gable.
comment on it.
Go.
I'd like to say that I think to the extent it's not visible, then modifications would need to be made.
I mean, the extent that it is visible.
Well,
Well,
if it is visible, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I
So
think,
even if it's not, you still
yeah,
want mods.
yeah, the front elevation, I believe that the roof walk should be shifted over the gable forward. On the rear, I think that that actually may help you. You're not gonna have code compliant stairs here in any event.
right.
And you could maybe come up, you could reroute those stairs to minimize them if this were shifted. So I think that that should be looked at, but I'm certainly not adverse to a view.
Okay, that's it.
Well, that's wonderful.
Next,
I'm,
Abby.
I'm not in favor of it. I think it looks like looks like the back of a restaurant in the commercial area. So, and if there's a precedence, I think that's unfortunate, and I wouldn't want to keep making that happen. So,
Okay, very good. Val.
It has to do with the visibility. I know there are examples down there and the flat ladder going up and it's natural to weather. If it's a natural to weather roof is, it's not optimal, but it's okay. It's the piece that is like the fire escape getting up to it
yeah,
that is sticking
right
way
across the
up,
window.
and
Which part of it, Val?
the part from the deck to,
There,
well, it's kind of like that white one. Yeah.
That's right
See
on
the
Cliff
piece
Road.
that
That's
you
right on
can
the cliff.
see?
Where are we?
The piece that really sticks out is this, going from here to here.
Mhm.
And then the next,
Yeah.
That's looking from the east.
Okay,
All right, the east is the one part you can't see.
all right, so that, Val, was that it?
yeah.
Okay, Diane, your turn.
I think that the ladder stairs, particularly with the hand thing going up the roof, is, I don't know whether we have one or two or three, but to say that they are, because 3 mistakes were made, that it should be continued to make a mistake is wrong. It's too heavy for the roof and it looks, I don't know, I think Abby was right. It looks like a restaurant style or a hotel with party time on the top. I don't think it's appropriate, whether it's somewhere else on Nantucket. I don't think here it is appropriate.
Okay. So, Linda, it sounds like the comments that have been given presuppose that this is going to be limited to no visibility from Hulbert. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Before
What,
you
for
do,
view?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Before you do that, I want to just point out that the only times you have granted them down there is when it's an upside down house and you have a cathedral ceiling with a balcony. That's the only way to get up
If
there.
that, okay, I would push back on that and say like the interior program, adjusting the exterior features of a building to suit an interior program is not like what we do.
Yeah, I tell my
Shouldn't-
people that all the
shouldn't-
time.
Shouldn't be what we do.
But that's why
Yeah.
you've granted them in the past, is because of cathedral ceilings.
But
That's the
I
only
think
reason.
also they couldn't be seen.
Yeah.
Oh, I can
mean,
see,
that's the
I
main
can see every
compelling
one of
thing.
those.
Okay, did somebody move it to view this? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Stephen, we'll take Steve's, Val on the motion.
Aye.
Okay, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen. All right. now
Do you
I'm
want me to
fin-
mock it up before you go
Oh,
view?
Boy, that would be so
Okay.
super great.
That'd be good.
Yep.
All right, I'll mock it up, and then I don't go view it right this second. I'll mock it up and then let you know when it's mocked up.
Okay, so everybody, let's take a break and go view right this second. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
What? No, that was a great
I've
idea.
got Christmas lights going up the roof.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Okay, Ben, are you around? I think we're gonna get to one of these like nobody's in the queue
Yeah,
things.
yeah. Who's in the queue for starters? Who's
Yeah.
Stephen Murphy?
Okay, no Ben? Did anybody review this to see, I mean, curbing, cobble, stepping?
Oh, I took a picture of this too.
Should we just review this without Ben? I mean, is this, what? Oh. Yeah, of course, right.
This is,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
let's go for it. Yep.
I'm gonna pass down the photo.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pass down the candy.
Well, you can have
Well,
that.
you,
They're almonds,
I know, that's candy.
just so you can have that to look at when you.
Okay, that's cool, thank you.
Who else is on it?
Regular board, unless anybody has a conflict.
I have a conflict.
Oh, you have a conflict? Okay, so we get to enlist one of the associates. Let's see, Carrie,
I like the gray. What
You wanna-
color is that? Is that Nantucket gray?
you wanna? Yeah, because
This one.
Diane cannot be.
Thank you.
That's what I said.
Well, it's right on meter, yeah.
And I do have
I'm right
comments,
next to
Mr.
my
Chair.
house. It's Brian Legg's old house.
Okay. So since we have no one to represent, we'll have Holly represent it.
Thank you,
Holly,
Mr.
what are your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this 46 Union Street, this is that circa 1886 Victorian-ish structure that you all have approved to be actually one of the first for compliance with Resilient Nantucket, right before it was being approved. And there was also a historic determination that you all approved for this. I do want to notate for the record, if Ben's listening, that we should always have historic information included on the application, even if it's for a hardscaping, curbing, and whatnot. So this is for apron, curbing, and stepping stones. Staff's comments: the Belgian block and pea stone driveway is appropriate. Appreciate the soft, irregular stepping stones and no patios proposed, especially down this area where we're in a flood zone. The reclaimed granite curbing and cobble is appreciative. No new contemporary granite should be used. Appreciate keeping the split rail fence, a historic streetscape characteristic in this area. As this site is located in an AE8 and an AE9 flood zones, this historic property has been Resilient Nantucket adapted, and that also includes the recommendation of permeable surfaces, which is being proposed. Overall, I appreciate and basically, I think this is appropriate.
Yeah, it sounds like your comments are very benign.
I do have a couple comments from HSAG for your
Oh, okay.
consideration.
Yeah.
They said the proposed parking space parallel to the street is a concern. It is actually on their, or is it actually on their property, or is it in the street layout, which is actually a good question. It should be preferable to move this space to the east side of the driveway so that it is behind the hedge and more hidden from the street. This would allow for a denser planting next to the house, helping to conceal the elevated deck facing Meter Street. So those are their comments, Mr.
Are
Chair.
you off?
Okay.
Chair, I can actually answer that one question. Like, I did want to say that I'd leave it to Ben, but the
Yeah.
parking spots are within the property. They're not in the street
I
layout.
figured they would be, yeah. Okay, thanks.
And there is no hedge
I'll go.
to the other side, so.
Okay, very good. Stephen, go.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that I believe that this project has been one of great success overall on the structure. I did a wonderful job and very becoming of the location and appropriate. I think the landscaping ties into that. It's becoming and appropriate. I think some minor modifications with respect to the driveway space on the east would be to kind of neck that down to reverse the curve on the leftmost portion by the step zones, so that as opposed to being convex, it's concave towards the vehicle. and then adding a climbing hydrangea. So basically reverse that curve and then
I
add,
mean, to get more grass.
yeah, and just cut down a little bit on that space. It's
Well, it's
not,
obvious that it's larger than it needs to be.
yeah. And then, but I understand there might be some access there. So if you need some hard surface or pea stone for some reason, preferably that space would be stop at the rightmost rear bottom corner of the house and be grass with step. And then at the lattice for the rear porch, it's elevated. I would suggest a climbing hydrangea.
Say that again?
Center a climbing hydrangea on the deck to the between the house and the car. It can be planted underneath, and the sun will draw it out, so it doesn't have to be affecting the parking space. It's just going to climb right up the lattice and cling to it.
But is that because you don't want to see the hard surface of the side?
Just in response to HSAG's comment, that
I see.
the idea of that, the fact that it's a raised deck. Because it is.
Can I say
you know,
something as
pretty
a
tall.
butter?
Just a sec, Diane.
Yeah, in a moment.
Because what is that deck? That deck's elevated about 5 feet. Yeah. So just soften that up a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Diane, go ahead, as in a butter.
Yeah, right next door, you see that thing that says existing elm? That whole yard is mine. And it's at Concom today for a view. They are going to leave that yard absolutely simple. There's not going to be nothing in it. I'm giving her a bunch of summer sweets to go around, and we're going to work out what we need to do on the fence. It's very simple trees. It's not a hedge. It's like it would look out on the moors. They have done this. I have conversations with her all the time, and they've done a super job, and it's going to be just simple grass going through the lawn. And the
Good to
car,
hear.
yeah, it really is. It's quite a job.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see.
Yeah.
Now back to the board. So Carrie, comments?
I really have nothing to add to what Stephen said. I like his idea of shortening that. Otherwise, it's all very simple and understated and appreciated.
Great. Okay, Abby?
I wish we had pictures of the elevation so I could imagine what that car is going to look like on Meter Street. I think I'm opposed to a car along Meter Street, so.
That's right there.
There. Yeah, I just think it's too hardscaped. I'd rather see two, like a small side by side, instead of sort of squeezing that in. I think it looks forced. And I would have appreciated pictures, but luckily Val's got a picture right here. Thank you, Val.
Okay, speaking of Val, comments?
I have nothing to add. I like Stephen's idea. I think they have the little stepping stones where the access to the basement is, so that space can really be pushed back east or whatever it is.
East, correct. Okay, well, Stephen, I think maybe if you could make a motion that incorporates the things that everyone seems to love about your.
Okay, so through staff, shorten the driveway on the lower left. Can I have some cardinal points?
West.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Terry. Shorten the west end of the driveway to terminate at the corner of the house and add a climbing hydrangea at the adjacent deck.
That's it, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much.
Through staff.
Everybody, I want you to meet Tammy Conway, the lifesaver.
Yo.
There it is. Oh, no, you came through for us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tammy.
It's great. Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
No.
No. Okay. Carrie.
Aye.
All right. Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, motion carries, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. So there is, as we all know, pizza there now. Let's see, 42 Center. Anybody? To rep?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I did reach out to her earlier today because her application is incomplete.
Oh, let's pass it over, right? I mean, don't we need more info? All right, so we're just going to pass that over. We will say that we're doing that for hold for rep. Now we have some Val Oliver projects here.
Did you want to eat pizza?
Well, actually, I'm good.
Yeah.
May I go get a piece of
Yeah,
pizza
let's
and
take
and
a
you can
5-minute
share?
bio.
Oh,
10-minute
Or, we might as
10-minute
well.
break?
I mean, we're
moving so fast.
we need to get up and warm up.
breakneck speed. I feel like my face is getting pushed.
Freezing.
What? You're certain that Oh, you got one going? Okay, good.
We need some Japanese hibachi stoves down here. Warm up. It's like 3 degrees colder.
Over there.
that me or is that you? I can feel your thing on. Feedback when? Are we doing this? 7:05?
7:05, yeah.
Oh.
Hi, honey. Good, how are you guys?
I thought this was up this. Where did that come
Yeah,
from?
no, you were talking about this,
From the pizza oven? I've been thinking about getting one for years.
have no sound. I have no sound. Do you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. They've forgotten the sound.
Maybe Esma's getting it.
There's nobody at Holly's desk.
Diane?
Can you hear
Yes.
us now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Thanks,
we're
Ez.
back in business. Okay, so this is Val's, and for these two at Lowell Place, we're gonna have Jesse sit in. All right, okay, hit us, go.
Okay.
Remove 82 square feet from a garage
Because we need some
Oh,
square feet to add to the
elsewhere.
kitchen.
Mhm.
So it's the rear of this little garage, which backs up to the property line. And if you look on the screen before you, where the yellow arrow is, you see that there is a big tree and some bushes behind this building. So we're just gonna push the wall back and recess it, leaving the roof intact, the walls intact, just taking away the extra square feet that we need. And they can use it for storage of bikes and stuff like that. So nothing changes visually, except for the rear, which I do believe cannot be seen. I know it can't. Oh, and Holly has HSAG if you want to wait for her. HSAG, or Ez might have it.
Yeah, if you've got it, Esme, that would be great.
It was
Move it along.
concerned if you can see the negative mass. Addition, no concerns.
What are those whales hanging from the ceiling? over the-
Those are supposed to be representative of bikes.
They look-
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Bikes, grills, and trash cans.
Somebody said that HSAG said if it's visible, the negative mass.
Might be a concern.
Okay. Shall we,
But how could it be visible?
Jesse says it's fine. Is that your view?
That's my view.
Okay. How about you, Stephen? Want me to come back?
No, I looked at it earlier, just wanted to refresh. Yeah, I'm okay with it, as
Good.
long as the negative isn't viewable.
Esme?
According to HSAG, if you say check for visibility from Barnabas Lane, if it's visible, this creates an odd negativity mass.
And I'm referring to the drone shot there above you to see what's behind
It's
it.
like a carport, a bike port.
Yeah.
Were you on this one?
Okay,
Mr.
let's see,
Chair, I
where
do-
are we? Abby?
Due to lack of visibility, I would say I'm okay with this.
Okay, Diane?
Me too.
Mr.
All right,
Chair,
yes.
sorry, I was running late.
I
I do
think-
have comments just for me. I know Ez just read in HSAGs.
Oh, I see, yeah, go ahead.
So for the record, there is an HEC survey on file, circa 1933 garage, which goes with the 1933 bungalow. Both have HDC surveys on file, which will be updated at some point. This alteration is appropriate as the original intended use of a garage is there and the change is not visible from a public way. Those are my comments, Val.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're welcome.
okay.
I didn't have those.
I think we can move this, huh?
Yeah.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Great, so thank you for the motion. Jesse on the motion?
Aye.
Excuse me, Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Aye.
Abby? Yeah, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, next, we're adding a little square footage.
We're adding 5 by 18 to the front of the secondary mass, which is the kitchen. We're removing the exterior deck and stairs on the south completely. And with regard to adding that extra 5 feet, if you look at the south, you see we're just bumping the roof up a little and coming back down. And that's it. It's pretty simple. The rear window that's getting replaced is a casement presently, and we'd like to keep it as a casement. And if you look to the photo on that page, you see it doesn't have grills, but if that's a deal breaker, we'll get one with grills.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is a 1933 bungalow, which has been altered over time slightly. Appreciate the scale of the addition onto this bungalow. The triple ganged window was an added feature to the structure when the second floor was sensitively added with dormers. I'm not too sure when that was. The repetition of 232 ganged seems appropriate. HSAG.
Did you say appropriate?
Yes, seems appropriate.
Okay.
Because it also mimics what's there. HSAG said they had no concerns except if the kitchen casements are new, they should have divided lights.
And that's
I
what
agree
I
with
was
them.
talking about.
Yep.
I see. Yeah. Are those visible?
They're on the rear.
They said if the kitchen casements are new, they should have.
No, I'm sorry, what year?
Oh, 33.
1933.
Are these TDL? TDL?
I'm sure.
Yes.
Oh, they are?
They're TDL
Oh, okay.
with
I-
storms.
Gotcha.
I'm
Okay.
I'm okay with it if anybody's interested.
All right, we are interested. Anyone else?
I'm
Me
good.
too.
All right, everybody's in. So motion.
Motion to approve. as
Thank you,
submitted.
Abby. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen, Diane,
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Now we're at 21 Pleasant Street. Lift house replace foundation. Top, pop, 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 pop. There we are. So unless,
Would you like me to begin? I think it's full board, new board, right?
it's
New
a new
application.
board, yeah, full board.
I'll sit off it.
Okay, so that's gonna put it to, that's gonna put it to Carrie. Okay? All right. Yeah, I know there's background to this.
Yeah, would you like me to start?
What?
Would you like me to start, or do you want to do anything else first?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. So this is in response to an HGC request to please clarify the details of approvals. So we are applying to lift and replace the foundation, like kind to the extent of any documentation that was previously notated in the prior HDC approval, which I have included for your reference, including some Google photos that were included with the prior approval and specific dimensions on the prior approval COA. So I can confirm that the original foundation was only those, I forget what Stephen referred to them as, the type of block. The block was only under that rear small addition piece. The rest of it was poured. And we are looking to pour the replacement foundation, again, utilizing the existing previously approved dimensions to the grade, et cetera, that were notated. We have included, since it was a new application, a window on the south elevation and bringing the foundation wall out to extend to the south and west corner under the deck to expand the basement level square footage is also included in this application. And I believe that is everything. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Tori, thank you. Holly, you've got anything to say on this one?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So for the record, this is a circa between 1923 and 1949 Foursquare. Dates are based on Sanborn maps. individually significant structure within the OHD, and attributed to the Bartlett family. Tori, just wanted to mention, thank you for putting the HDC survey in there, but you always put that historic information on the COA, and I'll tell everybody to do that. So this is for the lift and to replace that foundation. Obviously, part of this is an as-built, because the structure is up in the air at the moment. The foundation should be the same as it was prior to the removal of the foundation. So where CMU blocks were, CMU blocks should be put back, because that's what was historically there, and should not be poured concrete only where it was already poured concrete. Those are my comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. What do we call those? What is the name for those blocks that look like they're sort of pseudo rustic? They're on my house.
They have a
Yeah.
German, they're
These,
on a couple of.
these weren't them though.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was.
these were standard cinder blocks.
Oh, okay, because I wasn't seeing that
Yeah.
relief in the.
Yeah,
You know,
these
it's
were-
funny because I thought the same builder built this house that built our house over on Pine Street. It's like very, very similar.
So, can I go?
Yes, please do.
All right,
I
so-
know you got some background here.
Yeah, so Tori, look, I don't want to belabor it. I don't want to pound of flesh. I just want to get this thing going.
Yep.
And, you know, I think clearly the foundation needs to be replicated as it was. There are images on file that were submitted during the course of the initial hearings that this is a CMU. It's a cinder block foundation all the way around. And that needs to be replicated. I think the color paint should be replicated. I think the height should be replicated. And in essence, the foundation should be replaced as it was. If there's modifications, which appear to be the case with some doors and windows on the south elevation, I'm not adverse to those, but I think the baseline is replace what was there. And I think, and this isn't a pound of flesh, but this is a individually significant contributing structure. There should be the as-built fees. Well, I don't know technically if it would be the as-built fee, but it would be the fee for removal of the foundation without approval. And that's not to be punitive, but I think we do need to put kind of an anchor deep in the sand on this type of work.
Could I ask a question about that? Do the violation charges count as
That's
satisfying that?
Whatever the fees are.
Yeah, they've already been
associated with it.
assessed and
If there's
paid.
a violation,
Yeah,
if there's
okay.
a
Yes.
4 times the work, whatever it is.
Well, it was more a violation ticket amount. It wasn't necessarily 4 times the application fee.
Yeah,
That's why I
so-
wanted to clarify.
So I would think that there should be any applicable violation or fee should be paid. So the application fee is a greater amount due to the fact that the work was done without an approval. And then the notice of violation fees, which I think were arrested once you guys began to put together plans, should be a separate matter that should also be paid as part of a condition of the approval.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and again, not to be punitive, it's just we need to.
Well, one
establish
is the building department fees, right? And
No,
the
no,
oth-
no, no.
No, there were violations
So
from
the
the
H-
HDC.
Oh, okay,
Right, so
gotcha.
the HDC issued a cease and desist, and then work went on, so some
Got
fees
it.
were
Okay,
assigned.
yeah, all right. So this would really be the 10 times the application fee for the demo of the basement or the foundation, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't going to amount to a hell of a lot of money. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who else would like to go?
I can go.
All right, Abby.
Tori, what is the existing color of the painted concrete blocks?
The what
I
paint?
will have to maybe match that to a Benjamin Moore or
Yeah.
something and find that for you. Bring that back for
Foundation's
you.
gone now.
Yep.
Right, because I was looking at the picture and it looked like, it just looked like a darkish grayish, but whatever you can find to.
Almost like a gray blue. Would you guys agree? It had a little bit of blue to it.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
Tori, I have some clearer images.
Yeah, and I do too. So I would just have to do some research to find a specific color for
I would
you.
probably leave the blue out of there.
Yeah.
'Cause I just go for the
Oh,
gray.
well, in this surreal photo, it looks a little bluish.
Yeah, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering.
Okay, yeah, that
but-
could just be the
but
photograph.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Val.
I'm not on it.
Oh, right.
Not on it.
Carrie, sorry.
I agree with Stephen. I don't mind the swap of the door and window, but I don't think you can pull it out. A foundation under that deck doesn't make sense at all. And that's all I have to say.
I missed that part. The foundation
so
under
that's
the
We're
good.
trying to
deck.
enlarge the foundation under the deck.
Oh.
And I don't think that should be done, because that's not.
I would caution, just as a comment, that given that that foundation is not primarily underground, it will increase your ground cover, and you might have an issue with that.
It's
I
complete.
believe we have it. It's already been
Okay.
checked. Thank you, though.
I just don't think it's kosher to the house to have that.
Well, couldn't you have a foundation? Well, actually, because it's above grade, you don't actually need to have a foundation there. You could have
No, you
like
could.
a vertical board or something.
Around.
You know, like you would have under a deck.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You mean without the interior space addition?
No, you could still have
Okay.
the interior space addition.
Oh,
it would just
and
be
to
clad
mitigate that,
differently. It
yeah.
wouldn't be made out of masonry.
It'd be PT
Yep.
on a slab,
Mm,
Yeah,
PT walls with
Exactly.
a cladding.
that's a good idea.
okay.
All right. So Diane,
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it would be silly to have foundation under that. And the, we've asked about the elevation of the land forever, so that would be good to be finished. And I guess all those windows are all mulled because they were to begin with.
yeah,
A plethora of them, that's what I say. But anyway, other than that, it's good, and we get the land, so it does. And do we going to have any hardscaping plan, or
Yes.
that's coming up later, right?
Yes, that's forthcoming.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
okay. I think that we could probably move this through staff.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Thanks,
Why don't you
Stephen.
put vegetation in front of that stuff you're talking about? The
Does.
bumping out of the. What that looks like. I don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
pretend that it's a deck that's got vertical boards underneath of it, and the vertical boards just have doors and windows in them.
And it bumps out underneath, like,
It's under the deck, like most decks are
Yeah.
filled in
Yeah.
underneath with vertical board.
okay, all right.
That's what I think we're
All right.
suggesting here. Stephen, go ahead.
I just had a question before a motion, whenever you are ready.
Well, Stephen's about to make one, so what's your question?
What do I do about if I present the documentation that it was all poured except for that back part? How do we handle that? In order-
I wouldn't accept it because I have images of it being CMUs.
We have image, I mean, I saw
have
images as
clear,
well.
Tori, I have clear images of it being CMUs, so I haven't had a chance to photo brush in,
Yeah, and
joints and stuff.
I'm not talking about photo brushing. I'm talking about actual photos from the inside and all that.
No, the interior finish has nothing to do with the exterior. They could parge.
I'm
it.
just showing there's documentation.
Yeah, it could
I'm
look-
just explaining.
It could look,
that vintage house, and again, my house was built in 1930, has a block foundation.
Yeah, and I would have thought it's the same builder as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're like
twin houses.
3 houses apart.
yeah, there's no question that that's
Are you
concrete.
cinder block, or are they sort of a chip surface?
Well, they're cinder blocks that have the faux
Yeah, yeah.
stone, but this one doesn't have that.
Right,
They
this
just
is
have
just a
regular
flat.
cinder
Oh,
block.
yeah, there it is. Yeah, you can
Okay.
see, you can see it.
Yeah.
So,
The
go.
motion will be to replicate the previous existing foundation of cinder blocks, including type of materials, heights, lengths, widths, depths, and finishes. No expansion of foundation wall under deck, slab under deck, the deck area proposed with stick-built wall. What are we saying for cladding?
Vertical board, I would say.
And vertical board cladding and plant material to soften. Is that where we were?
Yeah.
Um,
And I will
approval-
confirm the landscape plan will do a lot of vegetation for you.
And the approval is conditioned upon the 10 times fee and payment of notice of violation fees. Fines.
Okay, that is your motion, right, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to write this in there, but
You're doing a good job. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
that's that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Thanks, you
Happy New
too.
Year to you.
Okay, do we have anybody here? Oh, yes, we do. There you go. Okay, so we're down to old business now. Myself, 15 Cliff Road, myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, Carrie.
No, cramp. I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna chair 92 and then I'm gonna go on to the next one.
Okay.
And then it looks like there's some alternates. I'm not
For the
on.
net, for the, you have one
Yeah, I'm not on. I'm on-
permit plus, which, you know what, he's not gonna be here. Maybe.
I gotta go. I was gonna stay till 6 o'clock and it's gonna be 7. I'm sorry, kiddo. I'm
7:30.
just
Turdy.
Depleted.
Hey, guys, let's go. 15 Cliff Road.
Good evening, all.
Howdy.
Just to sort of recap where we've been on this one. This was seen the first time back in March of 21, or 22, sorry. Second meeting was in June, so it's been a while since you've seen this. We took that time to sort of reconsider some things with our client and take a slightly different approach on some things. I think the biggest impact is going to be on your southeast elevation, which is sheet A 2.1.
2.1, okay, got it.
So the
garage.
where we were filling in, yeah, the garage. So to jump right to the garage first, we took a full foot out of the height of that, and we also changed the roof form from a hip roof to a simple gable, thinking that it would communicate better with the house and it would be more in keeping with the architecture of the house as it exists today. Also on that southeast elevation where we are infilling the existing porch, we've sort of rethought that whole thing so that now it has an actual look of an infilled porch rather than just sort of filling in with walls and then punching windows in it. So I think that's going to be a better approach, more appropriate approach. It's also, let's see. I think there was a concern about taking the chimneys off, and you can actually see on that sheet that we have photos from the attic that show that those are CMU chimneys currently. So clearly in, was it 96 when this house was fully renovated? So there's not a door or a window in this house that isn't brand new, not brand new, I mean, 30 years old almost, but. So the one chimney that we are going to keep is on that southeast elevation. You can see it. It's still on there, but it's actually more prominent on the opposite end of the house. So that's the northwest. So that one, we're not sure about the age of that one, so we're just going to go ahead and keep it. And then we've made some other minor adjustments that I think you'll find appropriate. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the original date of this house is circa 1900 originally, I would say a Queen Anne-ish. It was altered in 1996. understanding that there was an alteration done in 96. However, we still would, nice to have a window survey to know exactly the age. Maybe some of them were retained, I don't know. But obviously documentation of that should be provided. Understanding the removal of the flanking chimneys around the roof walk based on the photographs. However, it isn't necessarily necessary. The northeast, with the removal of that fanlight window, it does remove a colonial revival element for this in adding a very contemporary light, and doesn't seem appropriate to the vintage of the structure. The northeast window configuration does not comply with building with Nantucket Mine glazing requirements. It seems to be over fenestrated. However, appreciate the gable of the garage instead of the previous proposal. HSAG did provide some comments for your consideration. The southeast elevation will be very visible through the new driveway opening. This is front of the elevation of the house, and it should have a clearly defined front door. The proposed location for the front door is placed in an inconspicuous location, detracting from its importance. It has the appearance of a side door. This is a prominent house in the cliff area and should have a very clearly and identifiable front entrance. I agree with that. And the oversized 12/1 windows will also be visible from Cliff Road and should be more traditional in size and scale. The previously proposed tipped garage roof configuration had a more modest scale compared to the full gable now proposed, and gave the structure a more pleasing subordinate relationship to the main house. It should not be changed to a gable. The garage should remain appearing as a detached garage. The connecting roof should be pushed further back from the face so that it is not visible. And I believe these comments are very consistent with what they've said before. So those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I think in terms of the front door, this house, it was hard to tell what the front door is, although I'm gonna guess it's the one on the southwest, southeast? No, the existing southwest has a blue door. If you blow up that picture, that if you're coming in the walkway, you go straight in. It's kind of a gable that's sticking out now where
Right, I see.
Maybe if you just reused that door as the front door, it would harken back to what is acceptable on this, because it seems like there's a couple of those same exact doors around this building. I had some concern with the G windows as well, the 12/1. I don't see anything that correlates to a size, so I didn't know what size those were. And they do seem rather large.
Yes.
I don't think that on the southeast, the gang of doors will be seen, because that section comes forward and I think those will be blocked. I like the simpler form and
For the garage.
for the garage and the reduction of height. And with regard to the northeast, it is over fenestrated with doors in the existing, so I think some modification between that and what you're proposing with those windows of the unknown size. Oh no, these are even a different size. For a little more consistency would be a better situation, but I appreciate the changes.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think it's on the proposed northeast that all those windows, just whatever they are, 12/12s, it's too big for the house. in the previous submission and the existing is clear cut. I rather like the previous submission before this one. I find those windows hard because I've seen them on other elevations, and I think there's too much for the house. I don't think they follow architecturally along the line. Sorry to miss all those chimneys, but glad to keep one chimney. And could I see the southeast? There it is. Is this going to be the front door? Did we decide that door with the two lights above it in the little dormer, is that going to be the front door of the house?
It won't be the front door of the house, but it will be the side that faces the street. That door goes into the garage.
Okay, I think that those two windows on either side of that door should be made larger. And I don't know whether the little one to the left all the way before you get to the mulled windows, what it is, whether it's a bathroom or something. I think the window should be bigger. This is going to present to Cliff Road. It should look like that, and I think the windows should be of a typical size, not small. They don't know what's inside, so that's what I would propose to see. I think I think the big windows are just too much for the house, and the windows at the cliffside, and I'm glad we kept one chimney, and I think that the garage should drop down, and the I don't know whether it's just me or whatever, but that man door at the garage looks very small, narrow rather than small. It's the same size as the window up above it, I think, and I'd like to see it a little wider, or two windows on either side of it to give. It looks like a rocket sit, but it's too fat to be one. So that's what I would think would be good. Thank you.
All right, Diane, thanks. Stephen?
I think it's me.
Stephen is
Steve's
on
it
this,
too.
but,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
I mean,
Go
it doesn't
ahead.
matter, whoever.
Go ahead, Gary.
I appreciate your reducing the height of the garage. I'm getting sort of stuck on the offset garage doors on the southeast. I appreciate the street side. I think that's, it's simplified. I appreciate that one. But the side that you're gonna see when you're walking by and looking in the driveway, everything is sort of symmetrical in this house in terms of where the gables are. Down below is symmetrical, although you changed it on the southeast elevation, there's a sort of shift in 3 windows above and where the front door used to be, I think. And that's, it's a little cockeyed for me, but so the garage feels cockeyed too. I kind of feel like the street side is more successful because it is symmetrical. And this one, the garage doors, I feel like should be right under the gable, centered. I agree with the windows being too much fenestration, and maybe the odd size draws your attention to it so quickly, and it's like, wow, it makes it feel very top heavy when the bottom is so light and glassy on the southeast and the northeast. That's it. I don't have an issue with the other two sides. There's a little overhang, negative space on the northwest. I don't think it's going to be visible, but how far is it coming out
I
from
believe
the
it's.
space? I
hang
just
on, let me
wonder.
check. I believe it's 4 feet. Let me check. I think it's 5 feet.
Yeah,
5
but
feet.
but the garage, it seems
But I
that,
mean, it's super tight against the neighbor.
yeah, and it seems like there's a bit of structure in front of it, the garage,
Yeah,
but
I don't know if you can see the floor plan, but on A 1.1, there's a series of lines. That's actually the fence line to the
Uh-huh.
neighbor's house.
well, yeah, okay, I see.
So it's the property line is super tight there.
Yeah.
And their house is pretty close to the line.
I think it's really just a little bit about the fenestration and aligning things a little bit better on that south, it's the southeast, right? On that southeast elevation, because things are really close, but not quite. And then the size of those big ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Stephen?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I would not mind another chimney on the other side because that roof really reads quite long. And I do think removing that one on the left of the roof walk is a little bit of a mistake. It can be rebuild.
Okay, that's it?
Yeah, sorry.
Stephen?
Carrie, very well said. You left me little to say.
Speechless.
The only comment I'd have is with respect to the southeast elevation, the fact that those garage dormers, I think that they could be rebated, but looking from Cliff Road, you're going to only see this perspective obliquely. So I'm not as concerned as I am looking at it in a two-dimensional presentation. And then I'll reiterate that Carrie covered any concerns I had and a few more that I hadn't thought about.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Just a few things. One, although I appreciate, bless you, although I appreciate the reduction in height of the garage, I actually look at the previous with the, the face that, the side of the building that faces Cliff Road, which is arguably the most visible, although the southeast is certainly visible, but the previous, in my mind, was more successful as a hip. I hate to say that. And I also like the symmetry that seems to have gotten lost there. It was kind of presenting a nice face to Cliff Road. And the only other thing I'll say is, I'm not at all concerned about all the glass on the first floor of the northeast, because I'm thinking of the context up there on the top of the cliff and all those houses, from Inner Shale all the way down, all of them have tons of glass on the first floor, and nobody sees it or pays it any mind because it's so far away. You're looking at it down in Brant Point and it's at a distance, so I don't mind that at all. Appreciate a lot of the other comments that were made, like about alignment of windows and things like that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can I add to your comment about the glass on the northeast?
Sure.
I think the glass in where the deck is above is okay, thinking about what you just said, Ray, but then the doors on the left throw it all off somehow.
Yeah.
That it's like
true.
one or the other. I think the doors on the left might need to change somehow, because the two together lose something.
Okay.
Would you say the same on the southeast then? It would be the same?
Yeah, it's the combination of the two. It's like choose one element of the 12/1s in that, under that little gable in the hip roof, or the other. I don't know what you do with the other.
We all agree that the doors on the southeast, because of the projection in front of it, probably won't be visible.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Mhm.
The other
I'll look at the
ones
plan
on the
again.
other side probably would be, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, could we ask to go back to like the door that's existing as the front door? You're still getting glass in it. It's just seems like a more classic style. in what's proposed to be the new, instead of this 4 light.
What's have a 6 light?
No, if you look at the photo and
Yeah.
blow it up of the front door that exists now, which is in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah.
It's also shown on other elevations as existing. It's like a door that has glass, but it has 3 panels below it. If you look at the existing northwest, you see a good version of it.
Yeah, that actually shows up, Val, on A2.4, the existing elevation. It's in the distance, but it is shown.
Correct. Yes, that door.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like that
yeah,
door.
It's up,
Yeah. Yep.
it's up a couple pages as well. Yeah. that
Well,
one.
it's in a
Whoa.
couple places.
It's a nice
too.
door.
Yeah,
What
Yeah.
are we gonna be moving for revisions on this anyway? That's where we're headed?
Okay.
I
Yes.
mean, given what's been said.
No, I get it. And then one more comment, based on some things you guys said, the one that faces the street.
Yeah.
Maybe keep it as simple as possible, take off the little overhang, and what about the shower being right there on the street?
I don't love it. I mean,
Yeah.
I really like the other one.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
more,
the other was nicer.
you know, after all, that is Cliff Road.
Mm-hmm,
Putting a shower right on the street like that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
previous elevation on that.
Sorry, Doug.
That's all right.
Think-
He's
think
almost
we're-
there.
Yeah, well,
It's a massive house.
another 6
Mhm.
months.
Not my first rodeo. I'll be fine.
I was
survive.
going to ask, how long is the house?
It's like 300
Really
feet.
long.
Yeah, but that's
450.
existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
most of
he's
it's
not
existing.
changing that.
No, I just
Um,
wondered how long it was.
Yeah, it's quite long.
I'll put some dimensions on the next round.
So, how about a motion?
Motion to hold for small revisions.
Okay, thanks, Diane. On Diane's motion, we got Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
I'm not on it.
Oh, that's right.
Hold for revision.
Oh, wait, I got my cue cards here.
Aye.
Yeah, Stevens and I,
Aye.
Carrie's an I.
Aye.
Diane, yeah, there you go, and I'm an I too. Okay, so there you
Thank
go. Doug, thanks. Okay, Stephen's chairing this, and I think that's the end of our Stephen for the evening. Oh, by the way, do we have somebody to rep this?
We do, sir. This is Lynn Geese Government Studio 2112.
Very good. Stephen's gonna take care of you.
What is it?
Good evening. Is it Lynn?
It's Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there, Lynn, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there any way you could bump your volume up a little bit? We're a little hearing impaired at this end.
Yes, let me do something here.
Put you on the spot here, but
Not at all. Thank you. Is that better?
one more time.
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. I can share my screen if that's appropriate for everybody
Yeah,
here.
that'll be great.
Okay, let's do that.
And I just want to announce our board on this, which is, bear with me, 92 Washington, myself, Diane, Abby, and Val.
92 Washington.
Okay, Lynn, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I just want to take a moment and clarify. I think in the last meeting that we had, I don't think it was quite clear what was existing on site in the proposed changes. So I just wanted to step through that a little bit with everyone. This line, the red line, is outlining the proposed scope of the project, and the building has already been approved separately. So this is just for the hardscape and the landscape, and the existing garage, parking court, all of that is not a part of this proposed scope of work. So I think maybe that wasn't quite clear last time. There's a lot of wonderful materials that the owner really wants to reuse, including the fence. So we wanted to just highlight that here. So the existing fence, the proposal is just to shift it forward a little bit, but we want to salvage as much as possible the fencing, the arbor, and the bluestone walkways that are on the property. To clarify the auto court, there was a comment that was made last time about the material. It's not currently in the scope of work, but I do believe it's a shell driveway anyways. What we are proposing here is there's existing Belgian block at the apron of the garage and this walkway. We're proposing to infill in these two sides to just provide a little bit more space. And they had a lot of plant material there that got washed out with the salt, and they've just kind of fought that, and it keeps dying on them. So wanted to clarify that here. Again, this is a view standing on the property looking back towards the garage, which is not in scope, but where you will be salvaging the arbor. And this existing fence, that's the solid fence, that's not on our property. That's at the yacht club adjacent. So this is the bluestone that is existing as walkways. We're intending, it's all dry laid. We're intending to salvage that and reuse. And then we do have an outdoor shower. We're intending to salvage the panels. They look like they're in beautiful condition. The fencing is type 2 fencing. So that did come up at the last hearing also. And I did also just want to show, we're not proposing any changes to the existing timber bulkhead. And this is the fence that's along the property of the yacht club. Again, it's on their property, so we're not proposing changes to that here. Now I'll jump to the changes that we did make. So based on the comments we received at the last hearing, there was a large bluestone patio at this portion of the site. We've reduced that over 50% from 875 square feet to about 385. We've also opened it up so it's dry laid with grass joints in between. We are proposing to salvage and reuse as much of the existing bluestone pavers as possible on the property. This is the location here where we're hoping to infill with a little bit of the Belgian block to match what's existing out there. And the planting will happen behind the fence here. Let's see, the AC units were commented on also. They were not shown in the previous plan. They are in this location. We can show you, we did provide a section, which was also requested. And let's see, let me go there. So this plan here just shows you where we've cut these two section lines in blue on the property. And this right now will show you where we're proposing. In addition, this is the same proposal to change the elevation of the property slightly. So what you see in the dashed line here is the existing grade, and the back of the bulkhead, this is the beach here. This is Washington Street out in this direction to the left side of this upper drawing. You see how the AC condensers are elevated. They're proposed to be cantilevered off the house, so they're out of the flood zone area. And you see a little bit of where we're proposing to fill. So what we're really trying to do is provide some positive drainage for the property. And we also, based on the comments previously, we provided a letter regarding the proposed grade change from our civil engineer. So that should be in the record as well. And then this lower section line, you see minor change. Again, the dashed line below here is the existing grade. The darker line is the proposed grade. And you can see where the AC condensers are elevated above the floodplain. This is the property line to the neighbor's house. And this is the property line to the yacht club. And I think at that, I will leave it open for questions and comments.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Marvelous job on the recap and revisions. Is there anyone from the public? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this site would need to comply with our Resilient Nantucket Chapter 5 for flood resilience. And we received the elevation certificate for the proposed new structure that was already been approved. So thank you. The existing as-built that's provided is very helpful to show the existing hardscape features. Just want to notate that it's not in relationship to the new proposed dwelling. Obviously, it's with the existing structure, but it is helpful reading that information. Keeping the driveway and apron as is a better approach. Appreciate the letter from Blackwell and Associates indicating the proposed plan will handle the stormwater runoff adequately. That's great. The proposed bluestone pavers is an atypical feature and be right on the harbor view. Appreciate the AC units being elevated. However, we should see a clear elevation for how these units are going to be covered.
Right.
And that needs to also comply with Resilient Nantucket, which shows examples of those units being elevated and protected. HSAG also provided a couple of comments. They said the Belgian block apron at the front gate near the house should not be extended to the north in front of the picket fence. The existing planting bed is more natural and pleasing material than stone. Belgian blocks should be used for driveway aprons, not random borders around a parking area. The square cut bluestone patio will be very visible from the beach. A more natural looking shaped material would be more appropriate. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. That's good. Who has concerns? Who'd like to start?
I
Abby?
have one question about the AC units being up in the air. Is there going to be a material covering them, like some kind of board or something?
Lynn, that's to you. Is there going to be a surround to visually block the AC units?
I believe there is. This is attached to the house. It's really the architect who's designing that piece. So we can clarify that for everybody. But yes, they're familiar with the process. And so I think when the building was approved, we didn't have that connected. So we can make comments about that and certainly have the architects provide that information for the staff to make sure that we are complying with everything with that respect.
Yeah, I think that would be key to this project. And the material for the driveway is shell?
It is existing and we're not proposing to touch the driveway.
Okay, you just the adding the Belgian block to between the driveway and the landscape area?
Exactly. So within these pink lines, it's here and boy, it's super tiny there, but that's the extent of the location where the Belgian block was being proposed.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the other board members have to say. It sounds a little formal for being sort of right there on the beach, but I was concerned about the shells going into Washington Street, but it sounds like they're already there. So I appreciate all the information you've given us. And I do think the square paving is sort of odd being right there on the beach again. It seems a little sort of city-like. So I'm just wondering if those couldn't be a material that's more, I can't think off the top of my head what it would be, more beachy instead of sort of a, what do you have it here? 13 is dry laid bluestone. Yeah, rather than bluestone, I would prefer a different natural material for that. Thank you.
Val, would you like to go?
I don't have a whole lot to add. I think I agree with Abby, especially the part that can be seen from the water because that's getting elevated. Maybe something more organic, like not perfectly cut pieces, but
would a flagstone be amenable to the commission? Like
Sorry, Lynn, can you repeat that?
would a flagstone? I just want to. I mean, our owners are motivated to meet wherever we need to go. So if there's a way that we can get some feedback and then maybe review with staff, we're happy to do that. So if you think a flagstone would be more appropriate, we could propose that.
I think the flagstone is also a little formal. I was thinking of something more like some kind of stone that would be, matching the beach sort of color, and I don't know what it is though. Sorry.
Okay, we can think about that. The other
What
thing,
about just a deck?
I think from what we have seen and what we have heard, particularly from Leo, this thing gets hammered, right, with the storm. So I think they're really concerned about the deck itself being a flush condition there. And I will say, they were open to the idea of reinforced grass turf out there instead of any of the pavers. So if that seems to feel like
I personally would prefer that. And I do think in the sketch that you've provided us, they are showing the elevated condenser units, and it looks like there's some kind of lattice and a box around them. So I guess just to certify that, that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane? Diane? I'll give her one more. Diane? You're muted.
Okay.
There you are.
I think that the deck or the patio down by going towards the harbor, we might think, I think something like slate, which can be very well shaped, not cut specifically in rectangles, would hold up better than a wooden deck there, because that does get wetter sometimes than other times. And I'd like to see the corners of the greenery around the corners round instead of everything quite so square. And where they have those two flowering trees, and they're coming into the driveway. The driveway parking lot is already sort of commercial. So I'd like to make it as soft as possible when they come in to that house. And if we round the corners and make the vegetation a little unvariegated or variegated, it would help, I think.
Is that it, Diane?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, so I think for me, the softening of the patio, reducing the patio area and softening it with the grass spacer is, I think, helpful and appropriate. I think if this was more like, I want to say a Goshen stone, so it's got softer edges, that would be more along the lines of a slate finish texture, a little less rugged than the flagstone, and color appropriate. The other information you provided is helpful. And we would want to pin down the lattice, a requirement for visual blocking of the AC using lattice or vertical board. I don't think it needs to be more involved than that. What's the pleasure?
I think we can move it along.
Yep. Would you like, what do you think about a Goshen or something like that?
So a Goshen stone, I'm just trying to imagine, I think that would be okay with the black and the, I was thinking of more something gray, like a granite, but
Goshen's kind of silver.
It would be
It's
good.
silvery
Okay,
gray, yeah.
all right. I'll go
very
for a,
reflective.
okay, so I'll go for motion to approve with the pavers being Goshen stone and rounded, and trellis or sort of on a squared off trellis to hide the AC units. And was there anything else you wanted to
I think that's
include?
it.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay. And on your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Hi.
And I'm an aye, and I'll note that that's obviously through staff.
Can I just ask one clarified question? We'll do
Yep.
all the pavers. We won't reuse any of the bluestone pavers that are existing there as the cut stone. We'll just do all Goshen.
Yeah, that'd be
Makes
great.
sense. It would be too busy to do it.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. So it'll
Okay.
all be Goshen. We'll just anticipate that any of the blue stone is going to be replaced with Goshen.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Stephen, thanks for
pleasure.
sticking it out.
Oh,
Thanks a
yeah,
lot.
yeah,
Feel better.
Yeah, Parastika was in great.
Is that
Feel better.
Ours died.
Is that what Farostica is?
Parastika means.
Yeah, no,
Feel
it's
better?
ours. I didn't realize
Yeah.
that.
This new hanky.
Wow, is that
Sweet.
Picasso?
You got magic
So-
fingers because I kept pushing the button and it
Did you
wasn't
just
doing
pull
anything.
that
It's
out?
so feminine.
Thank
And you've
you.
never
I
seen
guess
it?
it just needed your touch.
It's a Christmas present.
These are my
Okay.
Christmas presents.
I know, I love them. Okay, is Mr. Ahern on board or his proxy for 15 Pleasant Street?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're here for 15 Pleasant Street.
And
Mike
are you
Tartamella
Mr.
from Patrick.
Ahern?
Mike Tartamella from Patrick Ahern Architect.
Okay, very good. Your board, I think you're a short board tonight. You got myself, Diane, Val, Carrie, and Mr. Welch is leaving the auditorium at the moment, so you don't have him as an alternate. You have a 4-person board. You good with that?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, let's go then.
Okay, so I can
15 Pleasant.
I can share my screen here. So let me just switch these
Thank
two
you.
screens. I have a bigger screen on the opposite side here.
There you go.
So we're before you tonight. We're back before you for revisions to the main house. All that we were proposing for this project initially was for the replacement of an existing French door with a bifolding door and
Oh,
a new
yeah.
French door. We've
Mhm.
since revised that with input from the board from the previous hearing to just 2 French doors. We removed the bifold door and we're matching the French door with the existing French door that's there now. We also lowered the height of that to match the height of the existing door, as that was suggested in our previous hearing as well. So the revision before you tonight is really replacing 1 door in kind here and adding the second door here on this side elevation of 15 Pleasant Street.
Good looking door.
Yeah, it's a
Like
great-
it, very old school. Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Patrick's proxy. Holly, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Obed Macy House circa 1801, typical Nantucket. It's a 2.5 story with a 2-story and a 1-story added to masses, and it's been documented by HABs. The proposed door headers are not raised as the commission requested, so thank
Rectamundo.
you. The middle mast doors are to match the rear mast existing doors, which are 20 lights with the kick panel. Thank you. The rear is just being a light kind replacement. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
That's correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. My only comment really is on the removal of that existing 12/12 window. Obviously, that needs to be removed in order to replace install that. And my comment would be on the age, if that's actually original to the structure. But more importantly, if it is, it should be retained on site in order, to, if at all possible, in case another existing historic window needs to be replaced in the future, because those are, kind of
Yeah.
hard to come by.
Yeah.
Those,
Replacement.
yeah, exactly, for maintenance too. Those are the comments, and there were no additional comments from HSAG.
Very good. Thank you. Who would like to start on our 4-person board?
I'll go because
Oh.
this is just what we were talking
Carrie,
about.
let's go.
It was just what we were talking about, asking him to try, so I
Mhm.
appreciate it.
You good?
Ditto.
Yes.
All right, Diane, anything?
No, I think that's what we wanted.
Okay, as long as he stores the old window in the basement.
Right.
That's
Will
the
do.
promise. Okay, so can we move it?
Motion
Move
to
it, but-
approve is submitted.
There we go. That's from Val. On Val's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Hi.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see.
left, but not the
Do we
left.
have somebody, do we have James on?
He's not on.
James? Don't see
Boy.
James. Do you see, let's see, Lindsay perchance? Do you see Mark Poor?
He was there.
Do you see-
He was here earlier there.
Okay, it sounds like Mark Poor is here. So let's, I guess we're gonna have to pass over the 2 Sherburne Turnpike applications, which puts us at Mr. Poor's application at Old South Wharf. Are we ready? Now, hey, Mark, Mark.
Greetings.
Hey, listen, Stephen has left the auditorium.
I get it.
Your chair has left the auditorium. Would you be okay with having Abby chair? And then you'd have Abby would chair, Diane's on, Val, and Carrie is here. So you'd have a 4-person board with Abby chairing. Are you okay, or should we wait?
We need to move this forward.
Yeah. Go for it. And then if things go south for you, just have somebody mulling back in, okay?
Terrific.
All right, so then Abby's got the chair.
Okay, thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thanks.
We made revisions and submitted them at the beginning of November for the 7 and 8 Old South Wharf building. And we took everything you said to heart. We went back and looked at the north elevation, which is really on what I call the main slip side of where all the boats are. And we looked at the continuity and the eclecticism of the existing shops to either side of us. And we essentially came to a concept that we believe is appropriate, where we are maintaining the 3 doors, obviously in a shifted location. We have 2 window sizes to make it more eclectic, as is in some of the other adjacent cottages. We'd like to maintain the red color scheme on the doors and windows on this side. And in addition to that, we have decided, which isn't part of the revisions here, to not put the new addition on the building in order just to maintain the little shed that's there now. I think that will help the sight lines through the alley, for lack of a better word, to keep that low. And I think that that's an appropriate response to that. I want to be clear that this establishment is an accessory to the existing bar Yoshi, the sushi bar, which is diagonally adjacent to this building. This will be a raw bar application if all goes well. And so some of the window patterns that you see on the south elevation mimic the adjacent bar Yoshi. And I believe with eliminating the higher shed or wart on the side, getting it back to its original size, making the changes on the north elevation so that they blend with the adjacent structures is a win-win situation.
Very good, Mark. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, the Old South Wharf cottages, these are circa 1969, built during the Beinecke era. Obviously reconstructed of the wharves from 1700s. Appreciate keeping the north closer to the existing fenestration configuration. That is much appreciated. I will notate that the 6 light windows are existing, not 8, and it would be more appropriate to retain the 6 light instead of 8. The door on the south elevation should stay as a batten door. The proposed is not appropriate, and it actually changes that characteristic of the structure and all the wharves. Shanties. However, and I also wanted to thank you for providing the history of the wharves on Nantucket. That's great to have that in in the application and on file. HSAG did provide some comments for the commission's consideration, very similar actually to my comments. On the north elevation, the 8 light windows should be made into smaller 6 light windows. This should provide more shingle wall area and look less cluttered. On the south, the 4 ganged windows should be separated and the door should remain a batten door. Yep. And these are simple buildings meant to resemble the scallop and shanties. Too much fenestration and too many doors distract from that feel. The small single windows and batten doors are character defining elements and should not be changed to appropriate ganged units. So those are our comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes Mark made. I know he put the 8 lights in because he's tying it in with what's approved at the Yoshi Bar. And I don't know, is it close enough that that will read as it's part of the same? You don't think it will? So I don't disagree with making them smaller. And just so I'm clear, Mark is saying, forget the proposed east or proposed west, they're staying like they are now with the little shed bump out instead of lifting it up to this gable. Is that
That's correct.
Okay.
We're not going to change that element on the building.
Okay, so I would just say whatever we approve, just do that through staff, make sure that's tied in.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll go.
Oh, thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I think those windows on the revised north elevation should come back to being 3/3. I appreciate the doors staying red because I think that's a very calling card as you walk down the wharf. And it's important, and I think keeping the other door as a batten door is good also. Keep it as simple as possible and it will fit in. And I appreciate keeping the height without it going up and all that stuff. But I do think that the 4/4 windows should go back to being 3/3s, and the batten door and painted red, what's painted red now, be painted across the way.
Very good. Thanks, Diane. Carrie?
I have nothing to add. I agree with the others on all elements.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve with the 4/4s going to 3/3s, the batten door remaining as a batten door. And I think that's it.
The trim stays red.
And no bump out
Yeah.
No bump.
on the west.
Yeah,
That's through staff.
that's right, through staff. Thank you, Diane, for that. Val, on the motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bye, Mark. Happy New
Bye-bye.
Year. Thanks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait, where did he go?
He asked to hold till next week because Steve left.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So.
Wow. Okay, so we have a little, we may be breaking early here.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful?
Well, yeah, okay, because Linda's holding all of her stuff,
I'm not on anything anymore.
which puts us way down to workshop, and well, first of all, is anybody even on?
Well, and the pool one, I think we should hold for the,
What pool?
Hey, is anybody in the
9
queue
Main
there
Avenue again?
to be
The
heard for an
Gilskin?
application?
Not opening that up at 9
I don't
minutes
think
to-
we should open that one
You
up.
What are
could
you
look
guys
at my little
talking about?
10 Mass Ave.
The 9 Main Avenue
yeah.
pool,
Oh, yeah.
Gilskin?
Where is that?
you skipped over
Mattocket.
it.
The pool.
I skipped over it?
Yeah,
No.
new business.
No, it's new business. He didn't skip over it.
No, he said Linda's holding all hers and then he went to workshop APD.
Oh, but they're not here
Oh.
anyway.
So, do we have any minutes we can do?
Well, I have one at number 20 you could get rid of.
Okay,
I'd be
yeah,
happy,
but
I'd happy to.
is that the
Richard-
one
Richard
where you
Snowden.
switched a shed to the other side or the garage? is
10
on-
Mass Ave.
No, this
Make sure
is,
they have it, to be able to pull up.
Hey, let me
this is
just,
on, well, it's
hey,
here.
for those of you people in the queue, we don't
This
have a
one.
lot of applicants here. It seems like the only applicant that we have is sitting at this table with us. So everything else is going to get held. We're going to break in about 5 minutes anyway. So sorry to keep you all waiting. I think many of you are probably waiting for the Main Avenue application, but we don't even have an applicant to move forward with that anyway. So, sorry, next time. Okay, did anyone want to speak there?
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Murphy. When would you be rescheduling the 9 Main Avenue pool?
Well, so
Put it up at the beginning.
we've made it this far along the agenda. Assuming that Linda moves forward with her projects, it should be fairly early on the next week's agenda.
And that would be 7 days from today?
That'll be 7 days from today, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you for
again,
waiting.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Only
Okay,
the
Carrie,
second time.
do we want to move forward with Carrie's?
I don't know.
Let's do it. Let's see, and, we can,
What's the address?
it's,
just so lucky.
10 Mass Ave.
This is Stephanie Bradford. I just had a quick question
Oh,
about.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I just was wondering with the new parking area application for 126 Main Street, since that appears to be held, is that going to have a strike? I just wasn't clear on.
We're not going to get to it.
Okay.
126 Main?
What?
Yeah, it's number 5 under new business on this new business coming up. It's the parking area. It's Linda's, so no, Linda's already gone.
Oh, yeah, no, Linda has left the auditorium, so she's holding her stuff for next time, so we're not hearing that tonight.
We only got 4 minutes.
Tuesday, well, we have 5 minutes, and I'm hoping to cover Carrie before we adjourn here. Can we get that information up? So 10 Mass Ave, right? All right.
And that's this point way out there.
Yeah.
Use this,
Boathouse exists, sorry.
your microphone.
This boathouse exists
Yes.
and they would like to put on, instead of there's a pent roof over the doors now. I'm sorry, there's photographs.
I see.
But I didn't draw it. And they'd
You want
like
a
to add a
little-
little Juliet balcony. And it's
Zoom back.
it's sort of reminiscent of some of the balconies on the wharf.
Yes, see that. Okay, pretty straightforward. Holly, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know what the age of the structure.
It's relatively new.
That's-
Mickey and Ben-
That's what I thought. Okay.
How old is Mickey?
Well,
No, it was
We can do
just
some
a few
carbon
years
dating.
ago.
Couple years ago. I didn't think so. I couldn't find a date on it. Last couple years. My only comment was on the proposed 15 light door on the balcony to be 12 light with a kick panel versus the 15 light, unless the 15 light actually correlates to the existing windows. I didn't think it did, but that was and okay. And I did want to mention I appreciated the inspiration of the area, not just a photo of the harbor downtown. They actually have a photo of something similar in Nantucket. So thank you for that.
Oh, in Nantucket,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, yeah, Tennessee, right. Okay, folks.
I'll go. I think that it should be one door.
Which one?
Either one door.
Right here.
Yeah, or like the photo that's on Tennessee, it looks like that's a 4-foot door that's cut in half, not.
Oh, that's interesting. yeah.
Is it Dutch?
Can you go to that picture?
It's actually one of those old terrace doors that hinges in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You mean that very simple.
Well, that was one, but the one on Tennessee that has the the bat,
Yeah.
that looks like a smaller door. That's double. So that's my only
Okay.
thing.
Abby?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. Diane, anything?
No, me too. I do the door.
What's that?
I said I can accept the other door.
The Tennessee Ave door where it's wide, it's probably 2 2-foot leaves or something. Do you need
Yes.
egress?
Yeah.
Don't need egress. Are you okay with that?
Whatever.
Am I actually on this one since?
Yeah.
she's,
Yep, you are.
So if
I
I,
have a 5-4 door drawn now,
Oh,
so.
yeah, I mean, the thing of, if I may?
yeah, please, it's your turn.
The thing about this picture is this, as you can see, this 4-foot door is packed in there. If you go to her drawing, it's gonna be a lot more space.
Correct.
And I don't know how that's gonna look. I mean, I can
You mean a
visualize it.
skinnier door and a wider build?
You're gonna have a lot more shingle.
I'd actually prefer one, like it just replaced the window that's there, but I was trying to be
Yeah,
generous.
that's what I thought we were doing.
Well, okay, as long as we're all jumping in here, I actually do not mind the double doors. Gotta say. I think they fill out the space well.
Can we go back to the drawing? I just wanna. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be proportionate.
What about, could I try just as submitted?
Sure, I think that might go.
Motion
somewhere.
to approve as submitted.
Okay, so on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chairman, just
Val?
real quick point of order. This building is being used as a residence.
No.
Yes, it's air conditioned and it has showers in
That doesn't matter to us.
it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so Val?
I want the simpler door.
Okay, so you're a nay. Okay,
Oh.
fair enough. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay. Did I get you, Diane, or did you make the motion?
Yes, she said aye.
You made the motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, you made the motion. So on your motion,
And Steve from NAG is here now, but we're not gonna do that now,
no
right?
way, no way.
Let me drag out my
You don't need to, we're done.
Okay, we're done.
Okay, so, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. That was the last of our regular business. Stephen, you're too late. Next time, you had a lot of neighbors very interested in talking. Should we approve some minutes?
Sure.
What minutes are we approving? Heath?
I don't know, whatever.
What minutes are we approving, Heath?
What dates are we doing?
We're going to approve the minutes of December 13th.
Okay, my motion to approve.
Okay, Abby has made the motion to approve the minutes of December 13th. On that motion, Val Oliver,
Aye.
Diane Coombs,
Aye.
very good, Jesse Dutra, Abigail Camp,
Aye.
and Ray Pohl is in favor. That motion carries.
Motion to adjourn the
Oh,
meeting.
there we go. All right, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Jesse. We'll do Diane.
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.